Hello, everyone. Welcome to NASA's AAM Ecosystem Working Group's International AAM Day. Before we formally get started, I'm going to dive in with a few logistics. Lexi, next slide. So in terms of participating in this event, there are two types of participants. The first is active participants, and that is all of you here in the MS Teams room with us. That means that you have access to the microphone, chat, and raise your hand functions. A few ground rules: we do ask that you leave your cameras and webcams off to preserve Wi-Fi bandwidth for all those participating. We also ask that you remain on mute unless you are speaking. There will be an opportunity if you'd like to speak during the discussion portions of the event. We encourage you to enter your comments and questions in the MS Teams chat. Think of that as a resource for community engagement, so all of you to meet and engage with each other. But we'll also be tracking that for some really awesome questions that we may want to pull into the panel or discussions throughout the event. If you do want to raise your hand during the discussion portions, please click the raise your hand button, and we will call on you, and we'll do our best to follow the order in which hands are raised. Also, if you are called on, please say your name and affiliation before you begin speaking. That will give us some context for your comment. The next type of participants are listen-only participants. All of you are joining us through the YouTube live stream. You can access that link either in your confirmation emails from this morning or through the AEWG portal, link right here. You will be able to ask questions through Conferences.io. We have that link here on the screen. There's also a QR code if you want to scan that through your phone, and you can also access it in the MS Teams chat, or sorry, the YouTube chat there on the side. So please, we're really excited for all your questions. We'll also be doing some polling through Conferences.io, and we'll make that available to YouTube and MS Teams room participants. But overall, we're excited. Thank you for being here, and I'll pass this over to Davis and PK.
Thanks, Anna. Yeah, thanks to everybody across the globe that's able to make it here to our second International Day. Trying to do them annually. We're at about, I think it's about a year and a half from the first one we had. It was really exciting for us. We learned a ton. Think that we made a lot of partnership connections and maybe even partnership connections for other agencies not involving NASA. A lot of great speakers here today from the US and from other places across the globe. Really excited for that. Want to thank all of them for waking up early or staying at work late. For me personally, the international work has hit a lot closer to home over the past couple of years. I've been working with the International Forum of Aviation Researchers, so it's 26 NASA-like agencies across the globe, bringing perspectives together, and we've recently stood up a UAM/AAM working group where we're working with ICAO. And so I've also had the opportunity to work a lot with ICAO over the past 2 years, learn a lot about their organization, something I wasn't that familiar with before, knew it kind of by name and by reputation. It's been really exciting for me to meet all those people. And this day, I think, is really going to help me a lot with kind of my international harmonization in my head and hopefully for the NASA efforts. Again, looking forward to everything. We've got 2 other people that are going to open us up here. PK's got some good stuff to say about international, and then PK and I's boss, Bob Pierce, will be on probably right around 8:15 Eastern time to say a thank you. Hopefully he's not late. He was stuck in the metro this morning. But with that, PK, turn it over to you for a few opening words.
All right, thank you and welcome everyone. Again, as David said, this is the second International Advanced Air Mobility Workshop or knowledge sharing session, so to speak. And what we really feel good about it is we started this last time thinking that we really need one forum at a time. There was no international forum where we could freely exchange ideas about what the progress has been made, what challenges are, and how do we harmonize different things in a much more comprehensive way: airspace, aircraft, community integration, infrastructure. So taking the entire perspective of the ecosystem. So this is, I think this is the only place where those type of comprehensive discussions occur. And we are really happy to bring this forum to you all. Our goal is to serve the entire globe in terms of how to bring that entire ecosystem moving forward. So Thank you all again for participating. We have a good number of people who have registered. That is an indicator in itself that this is a worthy effort, and we do take pride in making sure that the community is of interest. You all getting the value from this group. We learned many lessons along the way, history of NASA, but particularly last 10 years as we were doing the unmanned aircraft system integration in the NAS, what Davis was involved, as well as the unmanned aircraft system traffic management, that harmonization need to be taken into account earlier on. Otherwise, we get divergence of concepts, divergence of terminology, divergence of basically technical ideas, and which all worthy in research format, but basically when we come to implementation, we need to have some kind of consistency in terms of how the operations would occur, what kind of standards we will be looking that will be useful for an entire spectrum of industry members across the globe, and how do we harmonize the operations in the airspace itself. So this is an effort to bring that together, make sure that we are all working together, the common cause, common goal of making the advanced air mobility. My personal dream is to make sure that aviation reaches every zip code in the globe. And in order to do that, the more standardized operations, the more standardized formats we have in terms of its concepts and operations, the better it is and the faster it will go. So this is an attempt from our side to learn lessons. We don't want to say that NASA is the only place where we are doing research. There are many, many organizations and entities who are doing research. We want to bring that together. We learn from each other. We put together the best ideas forward to get the whole world better place in terms of reaching out the aviation to the every zip code in the globe. So thank you again and welcome, and looking forward to the rich discussions today. And then we'll continue the tradition. We always want your feedback. If we are doing something right, if you're not doing something right, we want to do something more. We would love to know that as well. Thank you and welcome.
Yeah, thank you, PK. Just a couple things, kind of expanding on what PK said. The harmonization points, obviously, really critical for anything we do internationally. It's kind of like the whole point of it: harmonization and standardization. Really, we have a few polling questions that Anna will open up at some point here. Anna, you can let me know when or whatever, or let everybody know. But I think it's something like 7 or 8 questions, some specific topic areas, just asking for your inputs. On where we can globally harmonize, kind of free form answers. So just give us what you want, type it in. We use all the information during the meetings and after the meetings. So really look forward to you participating there. It's again that conferences.io link, and then the chat, like Anna said as well. Stay active. I won't be showing my face the whole time while everybody's presenting, but myself, PK will be online most of the time. Wes is going to host a panel for us in a little bit. He'll be online most of the time, and we have some other NASA people too. I see some of our international office on the phone, and any of us will be responding to questions, as well as any of you can be responding to questions that come up in the chat, and we really like to see that conversation go on, and it really does help move the ball forward. Yeah, so with that, Anna, I'll go through a few of our opening slides here real quick. Lexi, sorry, thank you. Just kind of, this is our standard AEWG slide, just talking about our goals. Really for this one, I think it's a lot investigate the key hurdles. So that kind of top right goal that we have there, collectively identify and investigate key hurdles and associated needs. We'll hear from a lot of people today on their research portfolios and what they're working on. And I think we'll also, that will share a lot of the hurdles that are out there. When you have a lot of these R&D or regulatory organizations working on problems, generally that means there's a pretty significant hurdle. And I think we all know that for advanced air mobility, there are many significant hurdles. As we keep working through those and we keep working through AEWG sessions, we'll tackle those from a domestic and international perspective to lead towards things like architecture requirements, standards, so on and so forth. Another one that I think that is important for this group is the adopt a strategy for engaging the public on AAM. In IFAR itself, we've been talking a little bit more recently about keystone projects. I won't try to define that for you right now, but essentially something that's international that several of our agencies, at least as many as possible, could work together. Noise is one of those things where different global perspectives may contribute differently, and people may look at the annoyance of AAM vehicles, whether that be an eVTOL or a drone, differently based off of where they live and some of their cultural considerations. So I think that's an example of something that could come up today and hopefully will, and we can start to work towards strategies from an international perspective on engaging the public. Next slide, please. So our actual goals for today, like I said, we're going to get great status from I don't know the exact number, maybe like 13 different organizations across the two-part session that we're having here today. So we have kind of geographically laid out as much as possible. We'll get first we'll get the NASA FAA Eurocontrol panel to EASA and Eurocontrol, excuse me, to open up after this. But then we'll get a lot of different 6 or 7 different local and European views on what's happening for R&D. I think those are great. Like I said, year and a half ago, those are the reason that I really wanted to come back here this time to see those again, get the updates from everybody on what they're doing, and just think through how NASA can be a partner, contributor, and understand that for the other international work I'm doing, harmonize across all. So that kind of summarizes those 3 bullets overall, and the outcome of this meeting. Nothing really tangible or decisional, obviously, out of this meeting here today, but a lot of awareness, understanding, and hopefully pushing the conversation forward. As PK said, they're in a lot of open international forums where everybody gets to hear these things and talk about these in an unconstrained manner, the way we'll be able to here today. Next slide, please. Highlight of the agenda. I'm almost done. I'll just go through the next couple agenda slides. Bob will hopefully be here. He's telling me he's a couple minutes late. Metro issues this morning here in the Washington, D.C. area. So I'm trying to be a little bit long-winded to wait for him. Then we have the fireside chat, like I mentioned, with FAA, EASA, Eurocontrol, moderated by Wes Ryan, one of our standouts at NASA that really understands this domain. Has been working in it for a long time and has both, government experience across the regulator at the FAA, and then we welcomed him with open arms at NASA to help us specifically on our autonomy stuff. But Wes knows a lot of things about certification and what these vehicles need to do. So looking forward to that panel and talking the international perspectives. And then, like I said, the international updates that we have, 7 of them from leaders across the globe. Many of these people I work with on our IFAR group, and I'm excited to hear from them here today. It's kind of ironic. I work with some of these people like multiple times a week, but I haven't got their agency updates in about a year. So sometimes it even takes me, who work with these people, often just a forum like this to hear from them from an agency perspective. Really looking forward to that. We don't have quite as much discussion time as we typically would, maybe for this big of a time block. But like I said, the chat and the conferences IO are set up to keep that discussion going along the way while we get these rapid fire briefs. So I really encourage all of you to ask questions, drop knowledge in the chat and in that conferences IO. And then we'll just have some closing remarks, recap things, take a couple hours of break. Next slide, please. Before we and probably do some other meetings. At least my calendar has other meetings on it. Before we go into a nightcap where we catch the rest of the globe. So we'll come back. PK and I will summarize the morning session, give our perspectives on some of the things that we heard and took away, some of the exciting activities that are going on, or maybe areas for harmonization that we were able to pull from the chat and conferences IO and such. Then you'll get a little brief if you decide to come back. Hopefully you all will. You'll get a little brief on the IFAR-ICAO relationship. Again, something I'm personally really excited about and have spent a lot of time working. So you'll get to hear mostly from Christian and Charles. I'll be on the line there, and I'm ready for any Q&A we have towards the back end. But Christian and Charles will give the brief. standard brief we've kind of put together over the last year and really kind of started to take on the road and share with more people, but we're excited for your inputs there. And then another series of the international updates from the time zones that are pretty much plus 12 hours from us. So they'll be starting their days as we're ending our late days here on the East Coast, at least. Again, back into discussion for another 30 minutes or so, and then some closing remarks to recap the whole day. A lot of time spent on it today. We tried to accommodate the globe as much as possible. Hopefully it works out. Hopefully we can catch some of you early and then some of you again late. But either way, all of it's recorded, typical to AWG practices, and so you can always go back, and if you miss a brief, just go into the YouTube channel and watch that at 1.5 speed or 2 speed like I do, and catch up on what you missed. So that is all I have. I am checking right now to see if we have our honored guest, Bob. I don't think we do yet. So I don't know, PK, if you have anything to add real quick, or Wes, or maybe if there is a question from the audience, we could just take that. And I do see one in the chat, so I don't know, PK, if you've been able to read that yet. I'll try to read it here now and try to respond.
Yeah. I think the question is, can you expand on the interaction between AAM community and rest of the aviation world, commercial air transport, air traffic controllers? It seems that AAM area is organized very much separately, while operations will certainly impact the others. I can take on, you can take on, Davis. You want to start first, and then I'll add.
Yeah, go. No, go for it, and then I'll add to you.
No, we definitely. So, Philip, thank you for bringing that question. Yeah, it does seem like the AAM community on surface is organized differently and moving at its own pace because of the investments that have been made by non-traditional members, the venture capitalists and private equity firms and others. But reality is it's one sky, and AAM drones, AAM community, which we will include small drones to eVTOLs and STOLs and such, they all have to operate in the same airspace with manned aviation that exists today, as well as few other new entrants that are happening. So we are definitely including the air traffic controllers and the current aviation into the characterization of how these operations will manifest. For example, when we do simulations about how their advanced air mobility eVTOLs will operate in a certain area like Dallas or LA, or you pick your area of choice, how would they interact? What would be the contingency procedures if air traffic controllers had to support them? What would happen if we have a scaled operation? So we definitely take these into account in terms of operationalization into the airspace. We are also looking to figure out how these will be supported by the pilots, what kind of training pilots will have to do, and so on and so forth. So there is a lot of things that are different about AAM, but there are a lot of things that are similar, and they had to be interoperating with the rest of the airspace users. And this is one of those areas that I personally get excited about because of my background in airspace. So I think it's really critical that there is a shared vision for Sky, and it's really operating and it's working for everyone. So thank you for bringing that question.
Yeah, just while we wait, I'll add on to it. There's a lot for AAM to figure out internal to its ecosystem as well. So that's probably why you see some of the kind of inward-looking nature to some of it. But and then also a lot of the early, specifically the urban air mobility early operations are planned to be done by current regulations. So the thought is, if they're flying visual flight rules or whatever, they should integrate fairly well, just like any other aircraft. Now, we all know that this is a little bit more disruptive than that when you consider the drones and UAM scaling and things like that. So there's clearly a lot of work to do. It's hard enough sometimes to educate the AAM communities on just what we're trying to do as an ecosystem, but then also getting the commercial transport and existing users of the airspace educated is critically important. One thing I think about when I hear a question like that is like the standard forums that we have, like ICAO. For IFAR, when we work with ICAO, oftentimes we're working with panels that are only focused on commercial transport right now. So when we brief them on, AAM or UAM specifically, they're coming at it with only that commercial transport lens so far until they have job cards and such. Standards organizations generally have a lot of the traditional aviation users mixed into those groups, so that's somewhat of a help. Sometimes the individual standards working group, if you will, writing a specific document is a little ancestral, so could do a little bit better. And then I know the major advisory forums that we have at NASA and at the FAA all include a lot of the alphabet organizations that generally would represent commercial aviation. So it's something that I think there's an answer to, but it is something that definitely we can get better. I bet if I went through this list, it's almost all AAM people and very few commercial transport people. So we could get better there, and I do think it's a really good question and something I'll take away, and was actually thinking about just a couple of days ago. So I'm looking through the list again, Anna, and trying to see if I get down to P if Bob showed up, and he didn't yet. So I'm not sure if maybe we pivot here and just go with. You said I can do it from the sidewalk, or it'll be a couple more minutes. Yeah, I just told him to call in. If he calls in now, if not, Wes, I guess you and your panel can be prepared. See what he does. Give him another couple of seconds. Sorry about this, everybody, but I think it's worth it to hear from Bob. He's got a lot of great experience with the principles on IFAR. So if you look through the organizations, if you go back to session 1 agenda, Anna or Lexi, real quick.
Yeah.
If you look through the organizations here, like
and
NLR,
David, one
DLR.
more thing I was going to bring in terms of the security is harmonization of the security aspects of in and out, vertiport, data management, all of those. I think these companies will be manufacturing vehicles all over the world. Parts will be manufactured all over the world. So parts pedigree, security of supply chain, as well as security of access to vertiports. Those things, and the more we come together and standardize, the better it will be for everyone. It will cut down on the effort for all of us, as well as improve interoperability.
Okay. So Bob is dialing in now, so I'm gonna do a quick introduction of him as we wait for him to get online, and hopefully the timing works out. So Bob's our associate administrator for ARMD. If you know government structures, that's pretty high up. He reports to our administrator, runs all of our aeronautics portfolio. So, across our sustainable national flight demonstrations, supersonics, hypersonics work, airspace work, and our AAM mission. I don't know if we're his favorite or not, but I know he spends a lot of time on our AAM stuff. He's our principal to the IFAR group that I talked about. Just means chief, basically. And so he works with a lot of the other agency heads that run AAM and similar portfolios to Bob. He's a great friend to PK and I, a great friend to the industry, and really brings a lot to the table as far as advocacy for us and really just helping us strategically across all different companies, working all different types of propulsion and automation and everything. Yeah, so Bob, I see you're able to get on. We just did a little intro for you, and sorry to catch you so cold. We stalled for a couple minutes for you, but if you are ready, if you could maybe just say a few words about the international landscape, and we'll go into our panel from there.
Sure. Yeah. Absolutely. And sorry, I'm just running a little bit here. Finally got to the office. Today's the day I could have really used one of those EV tolls. The train went slow. I could have hopped off at a multimodal port, hopped onto an EV toll, and been here and had a cup of coffee before we started. So,
Bob, I always tell you need to get on that fly to work bandwagon, and
yeah,
now you're not finally, right?
Now I'm there. Okay. So, hey, first, welcome everybody. Really appreciate everybody being here today at this international discussion around advanced air mobility. want to give a special thanks to all the colleagues across federal agencies across the world that we work with, all your governmental organizations that we work with closely on coordinating on these things, and it's also a special thanks to our federal partners here in the U.S., especially the FAA, that we work together to try to make all this happen. International is a critical part of this landscape. Just like all of aviation, it's an international endeavor. It doesn't work within a single set of borders. It really needs to be able to work internationally, even for things like UAS and eVTOL and so forth, which don't have those long distance legs and don't travel most times across borders. We still need to have these systems harmonized. We need to make sure that they operate safely all over the world, because our citizens are all over the world, and certainly what happens in one country and those issues bleed over into other countries. And so I think harmonization is critical to ensure safety. It's certainly critical to ensure that these systems are economical, that they can transfer across borders and so forth. And I think it just is in the general interest of the flying public and the user community that we're harmonized to the maximum extent possible. There's a lot of activities obviously going on across the world. I applaud those activities. A lot going on. In fact, I was just over in Prague just a few weeks ago at our International Forum for Aviation Research, and I'm sure there's a few folks on from that are part of that organization and the AAM working group that Davis helps co-lead to work on the AAM, so the global perspective on AAM across the global through our International Forum for Aviation Research organization. So I think that's been a really unique opportunity to bring the world together and talk about these issues and come to sort of a common understanding about where we stand. But of course, each region, Europe is moving quickly on a range of topics associated with AAM, and especially around UAS traffic management and enabling small drones to operate. Similarly, here in the U.S., a lot of activities around small drones and enabling their operations. We've got agreements with a couple of the Asian countries. Japan, we're working with NASA, working with them on related topics around emergency response operations that utilize these vehicles. We just also signed an agreement with South Korea on activities in advanced air mobility. So there's just a lot of activities. We've been in close communication with our neighbors to the north in the NRC Canada and so forth on opportunities for collaborating with them. So this is a good opportunity to continue those conversations, to understand what's happening in each of those environments, where there's opportunities to share learning, to coordinate around research and around specific opportunities, whether that's in operations or if it's around standards and so forth that are required to work across the world. So I think this will be a good opportunity to do a lot of that. So, I think that this particular activity has been really robust, again, through the work we've been doing through IFAR and the association with ICAO. And I think this opportunity to have this workshop and for to level set across the international community, I think is a really good opportunity, again, to make sure we're all on the same page. I mean, I think the thing we need to recognize is that this is a highly dynamic opportunity that we're looking at. The plans we lay down today are just that. I'm sure that they're going to shift and change as we look to the future, because we don't have all the answers today, and so that is going to change the outlook and change our plans. But I think by having these conversations, even as we share plans, we can also share what we're learning, and that will help us all adjust our plans going forward and our outlook going forward. So I think again, this is all very, very important that we have these kind of conversations. So with that, I know I was late, so I'm not going to slow down the rest of the workshop here because of my tardiness. And again, to Davis and all of my NASA colleagues, just let's keep working on this so that so we can make sure that at least I'm not late in the future, even if the public transportation systems aren't running exactly as planned. So thanks for the opportunity, Davis and team, and happy to, if there's anything else, any quick questions or anything, happy to take them. Otherwise, I will leave you to the rest of the workshop.
Yeah, thanks, Bob. And I know it's a little bit tricky taking these from the sidewalk sometimes, but good job. And yeah, if there is a question anybody has for Bob real quick, happy to take it. We're a couple minutes behind the panel, but I did Wes's introduction kind of in the stall tactic mode that I was in a couple minutes ago. So Wes will be able to just jump right in. I'm not seeing anything in the chat, so you guys are missing your opportunity though, which is fine. I'll stall for 1 second and see if anybody popped on, and then yeah.
And I did walk into my office, so there you go. So,
yeah, you made it up. Didn't lose you in the elevator either, so thank you. Okay. All right. Well, thanks, Bob. Appreciate it.
All right.
We'll move on to Wes, and I'll update you on how the day went sometime later.
All right,
Wes.
good luck, everybody.
Looking forward to your panel, and yeah.
All right, great.
Wes, just take it away.
Thanks, Davis, and yeah, Bob. Thanks for the great comments and just the perspective there of the importance of this collaboration internationally. And so I'm really looking forward to our panel, and Davis, thanks to you and to the rest of the team that pulled this event together for allowing me to be part of this, to have such an important role in this introductory panel. We've got a really exciting discussion planned today, and before I bring our panel members on camera and introduce them, I just want to set the stage a little more. The comments that you've heard in the opening from PK and Bob and from Davis really show how this collaboration of R&D from a global perspective is so important to move advanced air mobility and urban air mobility from an aircraft standpoint, from an airspace standpoint and operational infrastructure towards this future state, towards success from a regulatory standpoint, success from a technical standpoint, and from a public safety and public acceptance standpoint. It's a high priority for many of our governments. It's appearing in strategic planning documents for NASA, for the FAA, for EASA, ICAO, and for most of the organizations around the globe. So thank you to everyone for joining today. Really looking forward to our discussion on the panel and then the open discussions afterwards. One of the reasons that I had, from my background, after being with the FAA for 18 years before coming to NASA, that is such a key issue for me is the fact that civil authorities around the world all really need tangible, real functional products that they can evaluate. And that might be in an early prototype stage, but research helps get us to a point where regulatory authorities can make the changes to regulation to allow these new types of operations to happen at a level of what I would call civil trustworthiness or readiness for the public. And so these R&D exchanges and collaborative R&D across the globe help us to make these products real and to have a common approach. That helps the industry have a singular approach to safety, to expectations for what their requirements are to meet public safety expectations. And as PK mentioned, also for the global supply chain and having stability in that, there are a lot of research topics that go into that on how we can improve that, just making sure we have a stable system that we can work with. So with those introductory comments and just the topics that are there in the agenda, looking at safety expectations, risk management and risk leadership, and this globalization for regulatory change and harmonization there, and then the safe introduction of autonomy. Those are some of the topics that we'd like to cover today with our panel. And so I'll ask our panel members to come on their cameras, and I'll introduce, we have Don Ward from the FAA, Maria Algar Ruiz from IASA, and Andrew Hatley from Eurocontrol. So I'm going to pass it over to our distinguished panel members just individually so that they can introduce themselves and make some opening comments. So I'll start with you, Don.
Thank you, Wes. Good morning, everybody. It's an interesting panel already, or an event already. I'm really enjoying it. I'm impressed by the sidewalk call from Bob Pierce. I could never really do that, walk and talk at the same time. It's on my challenges already.
Yeah, he's a rock star.
Yeah. So I'm listed on the agenda as FAA, and technically I'm an FAA person, but I'm currently serving on an appointment to ICAO as an Air Navigation Commissioner. I'm coming up on 4 years there. And my presentation today is really going to be on what's happening at ICAO. I think a lot of the people, or most of the people here, are very familiar with ICAO, but there's probably some that are not at all, or at least how it functions. I'm going to spend just a brief moment to say a little bit about that. Mainly to say that there's two principal bodies at ICAO from a governance standpoint. We have the council, which handles the political matters, or they're almost like a company's board of directors. I'm on the commission. The commission has 19 people from around the world, and we're technical, non-political. Once we're nominated, we speak as individual, independent technical experts. Even though I'm nominated from the United States, I don't speak on behalf of the United States when I'm in the commission, and that's very important. Our primary function on the commission is to develop standards, recommended practices, and guidance material. Now, I wouldn't say that AAM is a typical product that the commission would deal with by any stretch. But this discussion today is really timely. And it is so because we recently had, every 3 years, we have a big assembly where we get a triennial work plan. And in the latest assembly, we had direction from all the states for ICAO to form a special work group to address AAM. And the commission is working on that this week, and we actually are meeting tomorrow to go through the terms of reference for this new group. And I won't go too much into that. I'll talk about it more through answering questions. I will say, in absence of this group, the way we're working now is we have about 17 different expert panels already in existence that touch pieces of AAM now. As Davis mentioned that. And what they're not doing is taking an integrated look at what it actually means from an AAM holistic standpoint. If you're developing an AAM ecosystem, it won't necessarily come together as individual components up to those panels. So that's part of why we're doing this special group. And the last thing I'll say is, PK in his opener had mentioned aviation. His goal is to have aviation reach every zip code in the globe. The ICAO equivalent of that is leave no country behind. And I think ICAO is unique in that we are taking a global approach. We're not a regulator, but we have a lot of influence in making sure that from a global harmonization that have a vision that's harmonized as best we can to really help advance this in a coordinated manner. And I'll leave it at that. The rest I'll get into the details, I think, as we get into the Q&A sessions. Thank you, Wes. Wes, you're muted.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Yeah, Don, great comments. And I really like the comment that you made about no country left behind. It's such an important concept. And it really highlights the fact that there are different levels of acceptance and maturity between countries on both sides. Some are trying to get out ahead of AAM and might have, a little bit of higher acceptance of risk than others. And some are just not even thinking about it yet, maybe, and could benefit from this harmonization. So great opening comments. Thanks so much. Next, we'll go to Maria.
Thank you very much, Wes. And first of all, good afternoon, good day, everybody around the world. And thank you very much, NASA, for inviting us again to the International AAM Day. And so it is always a pleasure to be in those panels and with such as distinguished participants. So thank you very much, Donald, for the previous comments about ICAO and what ICAO is doing on IAM. So my name is Maria Elga Ruiz. I am EASA Drones Program Manager, and within my responsibilities in EASA, so I manage the drones program, and we include actually the first stage of manned VTOLs, or innovative air mobility, as we call in Europe, or urban air mobility, as a part of the drones program, because for us it's an intermediate stage of bringing the higher level of automations toward autonomies in those vehicles, and the integration in the aerospace, as PK and Robert were saying, is part also of the overall program. And this is also under my responsibility, together with a cross-agency team. So within the different directorates of EASA, so aircraft certification, flight standards directorate, safety management and strategy, and as well as executive director and ATM colleagues. But we don't work only within EASA, we work with the team across Europe, so for the member states, the competent authority of the different national aviation authorities, the industry, the OEMs, the NSPs, the USSPs. We work with Eurocontrol and with SR3 joint undertaking, as well as Clean Sky on those topics. So where we are in Europe in relation to innovative air mobility, advanced air mobility, we call it innovative air mobility. Is a legal issue because mobility in Europe is meant to be a transportation from A to B of a passenger or a cargo. And we cannot put in mobility aerial services or aerial work activities. Therefore, we need to come up with a legal definition on what we mean. But at the end of the day, it's the same concept. So where we are, we have aircraft manufacturers that they are coming with these new vehicles, the new designs, the distributed propulsion, electric propulsion, hybrid propulsion. So they're coming to EASA, as well as to the different certifying authorities around the world to get airworthiness certificate. We soon realized in EASA, like in the FAA and other parts of the world, that's certified in a vehicle without having an operational concept of how to operate is very difficult to certify. So when we start working in developing the special conditions for the certification of those vehicles, we already were working on a concept of operations of the vehicles. And this is what brought us that we need to work on the operational requirements, on the aerospace requirements, on the licensings, because at the beginning we all know they will be with pilots on board. We need to work on these topics pretty quickly, pretty fast, so to complete a proper airworthiness certification. And that brought us to our first, what we call concept paper. We name it concept paper on how we will bring the regulatory requirements for air operations, pilot licensing, and ATM ANS matters. Together with airworthiness, we started working on it at the beginning of 2019. And we issued the first version back at the end of 2019. And then we started working with a group of experts from different parts of the industry on developing the requirements. Our proposal for regulations came for consultation before the summer break. And we are actually reviewing all the comments that we have received from the industry. And we hope to deliver to the European Commission the first proposed set of regulatory requirements for the areas of air operations, flight crew licensing, ATM integration, continued airworthiness, and aerodromes. hopefully by mid of next year. These are the first to support the first operations. So first operation, there is a pilot on board, is VFR, is flow like a manned traffic, but obviously the CONOPS, the concept of operations is not the same that for general aviation, which is they are sharing aerospace with, or the small drones operations that they usually will fly in US-based aerospace or outside US-based aerospace, but lower level. So what we have at the moment on the table, and it could be pretty well fit for camera-ready SARTs for amendments to ICAO Annex 1, Annex 6, Annex 11, Annex 2, and alike, is very much similar to VFR operations of helicopters, but with different peculiarities, because they will transport passengers or cargo from A to B. And they will be accompanied together with a set of requirements for vertiports design and vertiport operations. We have still a lot of things, and we don't have the answer to all the questions. We have still a lot of things to work on, because these operations will be VFR day only. So we are not foreseeing night AMC or IFR or anything like that. We don't have at the moment a system to manage the traffic in and out of a vertiport. The vertiport design is still, we are missing certain data, certain aircraft performance and other data. So we still miss certain things, but we believe we could start certain operations, land, and getting feedback together with the research and work on further development. I think I leave it like that, and perhaps we continue these discussions as we go.
Yeah, no, that's such a great list of items and a lot to unpack just from your opening comments. So thank you so much, Maria, for that. Just a lot of things to dig into there, lots of great topics. Thank you for your opening comments, and we'll go to Andrew next.
Good afternoon or good morning. I'm honored to be here. I've worked with Maria quite a bit, less contact with the FAA and NASA, but I'm very interested to kind of fill in a few gaps in what she said, give some background. So I am a senior researcher in Eurocontrol. Eurocontrol is a pan-European organization with 41 member states. We assist the states in their operations. We are kind of a mutual help club, effectively, and we get involved in research. We are a co-funder of the SESAR joint undertaking, which is the European research arm of the Single European Sky, and our main interest in SESAR is to look for pan-European effects, things which we can learn from and help apply generally. And so we've been involved in USpace, which is the European UAS traffic management framework. We've been involved in that since it really started. USpace was kicked off in Europe with a series of political declarations which recognized really that UAS were going to be a force for economic development and also a means to try out and learn innovative things which we could later apply to air traffic management. And so it was on this basis that more recently, when AAM came along, we saw AAM as being another application of USpace. So the research hypothesis that we've been working on for the past few years is we can manage this traffic in the same way that we will manage the small UAS. There will be difference in the performance, there'll be some other differences, but the basic notion of the USpace would be that we would have something automated, something cheap, and our aim is that we can learn how to extend that to passenger carrying operations, initially at lower altitudes, but who knows, we may find a way to extend these methods further. So on that basis, I've been working in research in the SESAR funded program with many other participants. There are many research institutions across Europe. I will generally speak about government funded research. I know that we will talk about R&D today. My concern is mostly the R&D that I'm involved in, which is government funded R&D. And we have been looking at how to enable advanced air mobility. Advanced air mobility, as I said, hasn't been identified as a separate thing. And we have been, as Maria said, approached. The vehicle manufacturers are raring to go. They've been developing their vehicles, they've been developing their ideas about how they can run businesses using these vehicles. And they're beating on the door saying, let us fly. So it's on that basis that we've been involved in a number of projects looking at how we can enable this in a reasonable way, in a safe way, in a way which takes into account the usual caution and, shall we say, risk aversion of the aviation industry, an industry where we have a phenomenal track record. If you compare judging what we'll talk about later, but if you compare the safety level that we have achieved in aviation with something like road transport, we're doing extremely well. And so our idea or our aim would be to try and maintain that. And so we're cautiously stepping towards how we can do that in research and development. And the research and development that we're mostly involved in has been gaining confidence. And as Maria has said, our approach to deployment will be in a progressive manner where we can gain confidence, because there's a lot of just unknown. And we have to progressively master those unknowns. So I think that's enough for me.
Thanks, Andrew. Really appreciate the opening comments there too as well. And you brought up several topics that are a great segue into the things that I wanted to talk with all of you as a group about. And one of those things is the role that R&D has played specifically in the work that you're doing. And many of you have already mentioned how, previous research and development has enabled some of the early concept development, the early integration of whether it's small unmanned aircraft systems, and then working up to this idea of advanced mobility for carrying passengers. And all of us are working on a risk-based approach to the implementation of that. But is there, just from each of your perspectives in looking at the question of maturity of some of these advanced air mobility concepts and next steps, moving from, as Andrew, as you mentioned, the early manufacturing prototypes, and they're really, excited to go operate. How do we get from that prototype point to something mature, and what role has R&D played so far, and how do you see research and development working to address some of the remaining gaps? And those gaps could be technical, they could be regulatory in nature, or even procedural from an operational integration standpoint. And I'll just throw that question out to each of or all of you, whoever would like to speak up.
Well, I'm never shy. At least maybe I'll start because I get hit at a very high level, and then Andrew and Maria can get, I think, more detail, more specific to their areas. So we, as I mentioned, we're forming a new group in ICAO to look at this. And one of the things that's been a harsh reality, or actually expected, I shouldn't say harsh reality, is the amount of unknowns. And so we have a sense with the group. As I said, the work is spread around different panels, and Maria talked about annex changes, and we don't have all the answers. And that's where we're coming from ICAO is the work is spread. And we know it's a new group of industries, or a new industry, depending on how you look at it. And as it emerges, it can fragment. It's very easy for it to fragment globally, and in a way that could be a little destructive. And ICAO wants to play a role where we are helping coalesce what's happening there, so we have a constructive effect on the industries, and provide guidance, but still allow some freedom. And our discussions with the new group, it's become obvious to us, is we don't even know everything that we don't know. And and Andrew talked about the unknowns that they have, and for us, I guess at the ICAO level, looking globally, we feel like to move forward, we still have to do a lot from a gap assessment standpoint, and that's where we're focusing the initial steps for this group in the terms of reference, and to identify the gaps, at least from our perspective at a global level. Again, not as a regulator. So that's where R&D, I think, can help. All the research, there's got to be a way after we define the gaps to start filling in the gaps. And there's been a lot of work on that, but there's still so much more to be done. So I think the level of research that still must be performed, that must feed in from even from a global level, because there's going to be a lot of very localized, very business centric stuff on the operations, the regulations, the business models, everything like that. But from our perspective, we're trying to have at least some level of harmonization. We want, maybe from a European perspective, you'd say everybody playing on the pitch, but to get everybody on the pitch, you have to know where the boundaries are, or at least the sidelines. So you get people at least on the pitch, but understanding there's a lot of variety there, and you want to leave it, leave the work not too controlled so that it can grow, but controlled enough so people at least are playing in the on the same pitch. So with that, I'll be quiet now and let the others take over.
So Don, one of the things that you brought up there, if other panel members don't have just a general comment on the role that R&D has played, is you just brought up the idea of this being sort of like playing together in a game together, and part of playing on the pitch together is really knowing the rules, right? And the challenge that you brought up in some of our discussions leading up to this was the fact that some of the rules are localized because a lot of countries are addressing this issue from a bottom-up approach, and some places may have a higher tolerance for risk than others. I'm curious, you had mentioned several times, and so have others, on the importance of international bodies, international organizations, and the role that they play. And just to elaborate on that a little bit, what is the mechanism, or is there an official mechanism where some of these partnerships that all of you are involved in can be collecting research needs, gaps, ideas that can then be brought from the local level where maybe a local country, their local authority is introducing things and learning lessons that could be useful to others? Is there, within the ICAO group or others that have mentioned, Andrea, you mentioned some of the collaboration Eurocontrol is doing, are there ways to collect up those research needs and then disseminate those out so that we have global research organizations working on similar goals, but not repeating or duplicating research?
Could I jump in? I keep wanting to
Please.
prompt Maria to speak because effectively I work
Yeah,
for
I
her.
wanted to comment on the previous point, but I
Please.
think now change point, it doesn't matter. I will comment on, so please jump in.
In Europe, the focal point for what we're doing is EASA, where Maria is working. EASA would like to hear a credible story about why this is safe. And the job of us researchers is to describe that credible story. We're going to try and collect data, and we're looking at issues. Now, the international dimension is brought to us by the fact that some of the actors involved are international. We have contact with vehicle makers who are operating in a multinational environment. So they bring their assumptions, they bring their statements about how they want to do things, and they will drive it to be international before we start. That said, we also participate in ICAO and other fora where we can share the ideas about what are the open questions. But it all comes back to developing a credible story for a safety case. Mm-hmm. And so, I defer to Maria here. She's driving and her team are driving the whole European research effort in terms of what are we focusing on, what are we trying to iron out. So, comment, Maria.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Andrew. And obviously the two aspects, as Andrew said, regulators, we need a trustful, a credible safety case that the CONOPS, that it can be sustained with data. coming from research. We need more sandboxes, more demonstrators. Now Cesar is going for the sky demonstrators, and we believe these are the playgrounds in which we can bring the concepts that we have on the head to a maturity level that it can be certified. So research, demonstrators, innovation should bring those, information, inputs, maturity levels on those concepts that at the moment we don't have answers, and even help us to identify what we don't know, Ronald, because you are right, we still don't know even what we don't know. So also research and demonstrators and those sky demonstrators need to help us identify the points where we will where we don't even know that we miss something, and this is so areas such as the management of the batteries in a vertical environment, the security, how you so how you deal with battery endurance, how you deal with the integration of more automated system in the AAM or together with other man traffic. So we need to identify actually what are the points, and this is what we try to do obviously in our first concept of operation. And this is where then we go together with Cesar. Now in Europe, we are coming in 1 month's time with the drones strategy 2.0. Is also will identify as a huge program all the areas in which we will need additional research and additional developments in order to achieve certain objectives in Europe for the years to come. International cooperation. Even if the implementation of AAM is local, actually the OEM, the manufacturer, the operators, they don't want to be local only. They want to sell their products, their services elsewhere. They don't want to stay in Europe only or in the US or in Asia or in Africa. So they want really to go elsewhere. So we need harmonization, obviously, at an international level. And I do believe, obviously, that ICAO play here a big role, and we need to work. I don't know exactly what will be the umbrella on how we can all collect at the international level what are the research areas and needs, and can we all agree internationally that it will be done by NASA, Cesar, within Cesar or Europe, DLR, NLR, or in Korea. So I don't know if that can be facilitated at the ICAO level. This is something obviously needs to be discussed. What it comes to my mind is that for traffic management, we have obviously the GAMP at the GASP. Still, it's very high level, and still those blocks, and they are very much based on what we have today for the ATM master plan in Europe, and those things could be. I don't know if we will be able to agree on, again, and that research is done only in a topic by an institute, and there is not duplication, and there is a sort of fair commitment of all together to address all the gaps. But we could figure it out something along these lines all together and try to make something a very high level. Obviously, it needs to be done at a very high level. And what I meant on amending the SARPs before is it was more linked to the VFR operation, initial operations type of, which is what industry is aiming at 2025 timeframes. Obviously, no very advanced operations. That was the comment. So, please, I leave it there.
Thank you, Maria. So much in your answer that I want to pull on and talk more about. And one of the key factors that you brought up is this global expectation for safety. And how do we define risk analysis or make a safety case to tell that story? And Andrew alluded to that as well. I think that credible story, collecting data to support that story. I know from my experience, we had many of the manufacturers who were focused very early on developing their first airframe with many advanced features like electric propulsion and things like that. And then thinking about operational integration, they were thinking that things were going to change to accommodate them. Of course, they need to fit into the existing system as much as possible. So the approach to starting with VFR is a great approach to manage the risk for some of these new systems being introduced. The question I have for the panel, with all of these different emerging critical factors all coming together, the maturity of the aircraft, the maturity of these new types of operations, accommodating those new operations in the existing airspace. Do you believe, just generally for the panel, anyone who wants to comment, do you believe there's a common understanding of expected safety levels for these new types of operations, or is there further research needed in the area of calculating what the risk is to the public and looking at techniques that are used to estimate risk and that managed risk approach? And I ask this question in the context of what I would call risk leadership, and that is, there are times in history where new technology has been able to be rapidly implemented into service to solve particular safety issues when everyone agrees that that is a need. But then there's other times where technology will lag because there may not be as much of a safety pressure to implement it. It's something new that has challenges, just like this advanced air mobility. So the two pieces are, do you believe there's a common understanding of accepted level of risk? And if not, is research needed there? And how does risk leadership play a role versus just purely risk management, which is seeking to manage risk as much as we can to zero?
Could I jump in with a bit of a hobby horse?
Sure.
There is this total difference between risk as we in the professionals in the industry understand it and public perception. The public have a very bizarre view of risk. If you ask a member of the public what's the chances of being struck by lightning, they'll say it's much higher than it really is. But if you ask them what's the chance of being killed in a road accident, they'll totally underestimate that. So the view that they will have of the risk of our new industry will be there are no chances of an accident until there's an accident, and then suddenly there'll be a fear of continuous accidents. And so we can't manage that as engineers. It's a sociological problem. But in the more practical terms, what do we want to do? Our aim has been keep it as good as it is today. But even what does that mean is something which I'm struggling to answer. So any takers?
Thank you, Andrew, if I may. And sorry, Ronald, to jump in. Maybe you wanted Donald to jump in.
Go ahead.
Well, actually, Andrew, when we made our study on societal acceptance, we did dare to ask the citizens, the 4,000 citizens around Europe, what will be their risk appetite, and then we asked them, so would you expect them to be as safe as riding a bicycle, a motorcycle, a car, a taxi, a bus, or a train, And we were surprised, actually, that they were saying, we are confident they will be safe. So they kind of sort of, they were confident that it will be safe, like they will take an aircraft, like today flying is generally safe. So they will say it will be as commercial transport today. In that concept paper that Nancy, thank you very much for bringing the link in the chat. We actually try to make the math. based on the existing methods for aircraft risk assessment. You know, the 1309 certification that we have for aircraft certification today. So the colleagues on safety assessment have tried to use that method and try to apply to a business model. And considering that the acceptance of the public it should be as safe as commercial air transport, well, we were surprised that actually even certifying the aircraft to the highest, so to the what we call the enhanced category, basically to the 10 to the -9, 10 to -10 requirements, we were surprised that we were as close as taxi drivers with the existing business model. So we were not better than, for instance, than the buses or railways. So that shows us two things. And this is for the passengers, for the occupants. Obviously, to the people on the ground, is a different way. So it's a different risk. But that shows us two things. So in order to bring to the existing safety levels today, we need to look into different calculations techniques. And we may have a limitation either of, obviously we compute only the aircraft, the aircraft design and systems. We need to compensate a lot with the operations, mitigation means, and with the aerospace requirements as well. So that we need much more operational mitigation means in the overall concept of what we have today for commercial air transport. So this brought us to these two conclusions, and this is where we do believe research and development in these areas are key to bring us to the next level on how we do risk leadership. Risk, I mean, zero accident, we know is not possible, but obviously to have an acceptable level of safety is what we aim for. And to be able to be, you know, to sleep and yeah, so.
Absolutely. Thank you, Maria. Others want to comment?
I was a couple of comments on that. You know, I think Andrew brought up some good points. You know, the public understanding of risk in general is almost completely inverted from mathematical sense. And we've known that, and then it's particularly sensitive with aviation. We've also known that the risk acceptance has been, you know, unduly strong, high expectations, I would say, on the public, and we've lived up to it in aviation. You know, so you know we're part of what created that, but you can't really look at it from a rational standpoint. And what we have to do is what makes sense from an industry standpoint, our rational basis. I mean, people aren't always going to be rational about it. A lot of times they're going to be very irrational. You know, I would say that if you're really trying to do something in innovation, including a very innovative new industry, you're going to have to match that with some innovation in how you manage risk and how you actually roll out regulation, and that's difficult. I mean, that's another area where probably we could use a lot of help and research, is to how do you manage to have a little bit more freedom, allow failure of some sorts. The UK CAA was talking to the commission recently, and that's one of the things they brought up was how do you build in an acceptable level of failure in regulation so that you can move faster. And failure is a really tough word for most of us to accept, because it just inherently you hear that and it's like you can't have any failure when it comes to regulation. But what it means is, you know, where do you build a different slant in regulation than what we're used to, that's really going to facilitate this industry, but do it in a safe way. And that's something that I think is obviously a whole bevy of research in itself for the experts. But you know, the public knows this is not a normal, typical thing that's rolling out, especially as it continues to go and get more public understanding when it comes to AAM. So there will be different expectations. And I think it's going to have to be handled differently across the board, but yet maintain the acceptable level of safety. So it's a challenge. It's a challenge just begging for some creative research. Thank you.
Yeah, great comments, Don. Thank you. And one of the things that NASA is doing, and has with involvement with our industry and with the FAA, is to look at ways that we can introduce new operational concepts, new types of aircraft in these risk-based, sort of small prototype operations to gain experience with them and to look at the gaps in technology, and particularly when it comes to automation from the aircraft, the operation, and the airspace management. Earlier, Maria talked about some of the harmonization within the bodies in Europe that are talking, between the different groups, because just like the United States, we regulate things in different pieces. The aircraft is regulated differently than the operations, differently than the airspace management. And so this idea of collaboration and having a collaborative solution is really a tough challenge for everyone to come together on. And Dawn, to your point, having this idea of an acceptable level of failure, if you look at the way past technology has been introduced, oftentimes it is introduced in a low risk manner and then works its way up to a new level of safety once we've proven that it's ready. And so that's a way that we can introduce things through this idea of risk leadership and risk management. But even in those contexts, we find that this idea of the right target number of what safe means is still an area where some research needs to be done. It also ties to something else that's been brought up by the group that we can talk about next, and that is the safe implementation of automation. Most of these aircraft present a challenge to us because they're automating functions that have typically been done by humans. And from a societal risk standpoint, Andrew, your point is people are they have a high level of tolerance for risk when human error is involved, but they have a very low level of risk tolerance when it comes to an automatic system or automation hurting someone. So I might go into that just to see philosophically, as we introduce these new operational concepts for airspace management, for operations, and also at the aircraft level, how do we overcome this risk aversion for automation, and how do we do the research that allows us to introduce these levels of automation safely, just in general, or if you have any specific examples you'd like to share?
If I could jump in again, this has been a bit of an amusing topic that we've looked at in the past. We have done simulations where no pilot's involved, and the system works beautifully. It's like a Swiss watch. But the problem is to go from that to an implementation. A whole lot of other questions are raised. So it's not simply a question of, can we build a fully automated system with the traffic management automated, the piloting automated? Yes, we can. We know we can do that. Can we build a system with some of that mixed with piloted operations with current air traffic controllers? That's absolutely the most difficult combination. And so what will be our process to take small steps, because we like small steps, we're cautious, to get to this fully automated aim? And the end point is actually easier than any of the points in between. So that's the first of the problems that we have. And the second one is okay, things go wrong, but then we have issues like liability. What are we going to say about an automatic system if somebody gets hurt? Where does the buck stop? And that's a topic I just don't even want to go near. So if any volunteers?
No.
I'm not going to touch that question. I will say this is a topic that even before AAM has been a significant item of interest globally, and certainly for ICAO. And our newest panel that we had created last year has a set of job cards from the commission to look at automation in the cockpit. And And granted, so it's not geared for remotely piloted. But as automation grows, we know it's a good thing, but people become reliant on it. And as you become reliant on it, it becomes a bigger and bigger deal when it's not there, or when you have to take over. And which is what Andrew's getting is it's almost easier to do a fully automated system than something that's has a mix or is going to change. And we've dealt with that. And in the FAA, obviously, for studies, even when we were going through next gen and looking how we were going to evolve that, that was a significant issue when it came to controllers, and it continues to be with both controllers, with pilots, and we're starting to see it outside the aviation world when it comes to the surface movement in your own private cars now, and that'll continue to grow. So I would say, that in itself, the automation issue and how you evolve from, on that path between not automated, partially automated with human in the loop, somewhat of control, and to fully automated is an area that, again, you ask about where we need research, and there's been a lot of research, but that just needs so much more work. And we're looking at it in ICAO, but we're hitting a certain piece of it. But it's obviously a big concern to everybody. Thank you.
If I may jump in, I think is what Andrew and Donna also were commenting. Actually, if we will start from today from scratch and build a fully automated system, I think we are able to do it. But we need to be conscious of that. We try to move from a system where it's human-centric to a system that is machine-centric and ultimately machine learning by itself. And now the question of liability and the question of is the community ready for that today?
To fentanyl, when they lost a daughter to fentanyl poisoning.
Okay, it's only myself who hears. Okay. So what I wanted to go today, we certify the pilot. So the pilot has a license. It's liable. It has a license. It has the ultimate responsibility to avoid collision with obstacles, unless it has any mental issues or is ill or has a heart attack. Usually, it shall avoid collision between aircraft, between obstacles, and on the ground. So we certify the pilot, we certify the traffic controllers. It needs to avoid collision of the aircraft between themselves and with obstacles and on the ground. We certify licensed engineers. They need to release the aircraft to service. So we're not certifying, but we have high level of requirements for assets. So they release the last line of defense of AAM systems. We certify the aircraft. So now, because they have liability, so now we gonna replace all these liabilities by a machine who ultimately have the responsibility to avoid collision, and it will be ultimately responsible for the aircraft, for the passengers on board, the people on the ground, and other vehicles. Then we will need to certify that machine to the highest levels. And to be honest, we have a program on artificial intelligence, machine learning, and how this is going to be certified and how we're going to get there. We need to really resolve, again, ultimately, how to transpose all liabilities, which are in the ICAO Chicago Convention, which are in the EASA basic regulation. I'm absolutely sure that they are in the FAA highest level of regulation. So we need to transpose this into certifiable levels and assurance levels for those automated or autonomous systems. And then how public will accept this is a different topic. So and I like very much the comment on we start with autonomous car or high level of automated in the cars. It's true that we don't have really the right start with, because we try to integrate the car into a human-centric approach, which is riding the road. So this obviously doesn't work straight away. That's my take.
Yeah. Thank you, Maria. Yeah, this is a very interesting topic that I think you can look back at lessons learned from the automated self-driving car industry and a lot of the early enthusiasm that came from the introduction of those technologies, and then some of the in the real world in-service issues that came up when sensors are covered by rain, or the AI and the perception logic on the car was unable to properly interpret the situation. And so this is an area that I think there is quite a lot of potential for research. And I guess one of the key things that I'm interested in, I think, as an international community for the implementation of AI and machine learning, is how to practically bring that technology into aviation in a way that is a safety improvement, but also not to overestimate the viability and technical readiness of those capabilities. And so I'm just curious, from a broad standpoint, of course, not getting into too much detail, but we've talked about liability. But I also would love to just sort of get the feel from all of you of what you think the technical readiness is for some of these automation technologies and their safe introduction, and whether they should be introduced in an assistive manner, or if they really do have the capability to do all of the perception and decision making that a pilot can do, or an air traffic controller does today in our human-centric system. And if they're not quite ready for that, what are some key research areas that we could begin to look at to move towards that maturity?
The assistive technique has been used in the past. I mean, we give tools to the pilot or the controller, and we say, this gives you advice. And as Donald mentioned, they may become reliant on these tools. And then actually the job of the human has become different. The job of the human is now to recognize, when is this tool errant? When is it giving me a bad input? And for absurd inputs, it's okay. It's obvious if the input is ridiculous. But if the input is slightly wrong, the human has a very difficult judgment to make. And so in terms of the overall safety case, it may be that the automation tool actually is making it much harder to cover all of the situations with the same level of confidence. So yeah, I'm kind of pessimistic slightly that we would want to do it that way, that bit by bit give support in directive tools, suggestive tools. I'm slightly more in favor of a cut and try and produce something that works in isolation. If we see what kind of failures have occurred with our colleagues in the self-driving cars, sometimes they have been situations that were not expected. The team hadn't anticipated this particular combination of effects. And I think we will keep coming up against these. This is usually the result of today's accident investigation. It's, oh yeah, well, that particular set of circumstances, we hadn't anticipated that. Now we'll anticipate that. We'll change the system to deal with that particular case. And I would imagine that we'll go through the same process with automated systems, that it's quite easy to get, like, it mostly works most of the time, but then the exceptional cases will come in and they'll keep nagging at us. Oh, it doesn't work when. So yeah, perhaps not so positive about automation as you might hope, but I'll let the others chip in.
Yeah, so the AI, so the artificial intelligence machine learning program is a program on its own in EASA. So although of course the program is interacting with the drones program, because the artificial intelligence and machine learning is used to support certain automation in the drones. I will not dare to comment on how I find it appropriate to use that for certain functions. I think that it may depend obviously on where we are coming from. This is, I agree with Andrew. So we so today when we are in cruise, so we have the autopilot in some aircraft configurations. Autopilot is coupled with the TCAS. So there are certain functions so that could be easily automated. I'm not saying being autonomous, but could be easily automated and learn from that. Flow management could be another one that you could have a machine learning, an AI agent that is learning from those functions, but because it's very predictable environment. So IFR traffic, so it's predictable. Obviously, the weather is not predictable, but in general, you may anticipate a pattern. For those, obviously, it will be good to start with, and but I think we need to learn, and more research is needed for when really is gonna be replacing unforeseen human actions. And this is where I don't know how we can train those machine learning agents to take care of unforeseen or human actions or things we didn't humans think before. So this is where I think we will have the difficulty with. I don't know if Donna has wants to jump in on this.
Yeah, and so automation isn't my expertise, but Maria brings up a good point of doing automation versus autonomy is there's a big difference.
Yes.
I go back. I don't want to go to surface transportation too often, but one of the things we're seeing in the surface automation autonomy world is it's not just safety liability concerns. It's just the level of difficulty is proving to be a little bit more than they expected. And in my eyes, I always imagine the surface autonomous cars, for example, being more difficult than aviation, but maybe different levels of expected safety. But what's also happening in that is the difficulty isn't just a liability concern; it's a cost concern, and especially as of late, there's been somewhat of an erosion of business cases from doing autonomy on the ground. And that's one of my, and it wasn't explicitly asked here, but I think it's an interesting subject when it comes to AAM is, the business case. And then for those of us who work for a regulator, a service provider, or an ICAO, to what extent do we care about the individual business cases or all the business cases out there? To some extent we care because it'll affect the viability of this as it grows up. But in some sense we don't care, because as long as we put in the right regulations and the right operational boundaries and infrastructure and do our part, we'll let the industry grow and normalize, and there will be some drivers and then some that there will be some consolidation. But it's I think for AAM, it's a particularly perplexing for many people as to what's going to be a successful business case and what's not, because it may have a lot of influence as to how it grows, and then that will in turn come back to those of us on the other side as to what we either should have done or what we should have done. It just becomes historical, but what we need to shape rapidly to adjust for the future. Wes, I don't know if you're going to go to the business case stuff, but I'd say that's the part that always fascinates me with this is just understanding more about that.
No, I really like that topic a lot, Don, and I appreciate you bringing it up. I think it's something that the other panel members probably have thoughts on as well. I guess what I would say is, like any new part of any industry, there are early new entrants that rush in with a business case from an innovation standpoint, and they you look at Uber, for example, and their transformation of personalized, transportation to be able to go point to point compared to the taxi industry. They had a very interesting approach to that, and they were successful. But there was also a backlash in some places where, there was this question of, is it as safe as our highly regulated taxi industry? We have that same challenge within the new entrants that have come in. And this is really a great way to kind of close out the last, 6 minutes or so of our panel together, is globally, how do we balance that, desire to be innovative as a global industry? How do we collaborate and take advantage of places where maybe there is a higher ability to introduce new technologies because they don't have the same infrastructure or the same operational challenges, such as integrating with existing traffic? There are places around the world, for example, that are greatly benefiting from small UAS package delivery because their road infrastructure is not good. They have, there isn't a lot of personal aviation or commercial aviation going on, so you can deliver packages out to villages and get critical medicine and food and things to people. That's meeting a need and also meeting a business case. But then there's other business cases where the closure of that business case, the viability of it, is dependent upon more barriers being addressed through research or, this like safe integration into other air traffic, things like that. So I would love to hear, as we reach our last, 5 minutes or so here, what others' thoughts are on that balance of being innovative and allowing these business cases to try to become reality versus the protection of the public and safe introduction of these technologies.
May I? Or I see Maria leaning forward.
Please.
It's really the highest stress part of AAM. AAM typically is economically viable when all of the optimizations are applied at once. The new vehicle, the new way of working, the clockwork precision, the elimination of uncertainties. And in aviation, we would like to tackle each one of those innovations individually to work out how safe is this one thing on its own. What if we have electrically powered aircraft, but everything else is the same as today? So bit by bit, we want to undo all of their business case in our research world. But I think we have to find some way to work together. We have to find opportunities where the higher risk elements of the new business can be mitigated in other ways. I mean, for example, if we had AAM over water, it's a bit less risky than AAM over urban area. So there may be ways in which we can isolate opportunities to do early deployments that allow us to gain the confidence that we need to then go wider. Enough from me.
Yeah, that's great. Go ahead, Maria.
Now, I wanted to jump to complement, as you said, so the implementation approach, or the operational approach, like you said, over water obviously is easier than over assembly of people. Another thing is obviously implementation, and I think you have said best about it already, and this is what it was very clear on the output of our study of societal acceptance, is to start with use cases which maybe not the super commercial viable that the OEMs and the operators were having in mind, but they are with higher societal acceptability, like hands operations, transport of medical people, some doctors to a accident place that in the ambulance they get always stuck there in the traffic. So this type of use cases, firefighting, any other that we can think, which the society, because it's a use case for supporting a cause needed, they will have probably more acceptability. That is still there are still things which we may not have all things resolved, and yeah, there were I see some comments like what about battery fires, better straight, and they are all very good comments and things that definitively we need to work out. And the issue is why we worked out all these use cases with not saying to certify whatever, because we will not allow to fly whatever, but to start with use cases on higher societal acceptance.
Yeah, thank you. And I think that's really a common area of global research that could be fruitful. I know NASA has many undertakings that PK has been leading for looking at the use of unmanned aircraft or highly automated systems and air traffic integration concepts to expand UTM, where we're looking at wildfire prevention, emergency services, those kinds of things that have a high public benefit. And potentially are in already high-risk situations where maybe we could go in and prototype some of these technologies to improve the situation, but not, having a higher level of risk exposure to the public, and a way to gain operational experience and confidence in these concepts for automation and for these new operational use cases. So, well, we're at our time, I believe, for our panel, and there were a few questions in the chat. I didn't see any in the Conferences IO Q&A, but I know there will be opportunities later throughout the rest of the event to potentially get to some of these other topics. But I'll just say thank you so much to our panel members for your participation, for the great discussion, for the amazing thoughts and ideas. I've taken some notes of my own, and we have scribes that are also taking notes, and the recordings will help us to go back. And I really hope that this meeting and this collaboration is the beginning of greater global collaboration on some of these issues that we can tackle together as a community. So Davis, I'll turn it back over to you.
Yeah, I want to say thanks as well. Great panel, lots of good discussion. Wes, I'll ask you if I missed anything big here. I'm sure I did, but I had 4 big takeaways. One around the global need for research and regulators being able to help us kind of identify that research, and then researchers being able to pull together that credible story for why this is safe, to help the regulators. Second point was around, it's local, but it's not local. There's definitely a global expectation for, consistently defining safety and risk, and allowing our OEMs and operators to do this across the globe and grow and really advance the industry. That whole risk and hazard conversation was really good. Automation in the human role, we pre-identified that as something we were talking about. You guys had a great discussion around that. And then the use cases thing was a little bit of a theme, but not exactly till the end there. And as you know, Wes, like our boss, Bob Pierce, always talks about the public good side of it. And I think we all agree, there's something there. May not be the most profitable use case to start, but it is a way to get things going, gather safety data, get the public's acceptance. Bob talks about public good, and that's kind of why I made that fly to work joke at the beginning. Like when we started with the UAM emphasis versus AAM, I used to hashtag fly to work everything, right? I was excited about it, still am. But there's more to the AAM story than that. So I thought that was a great panel. Awesome stuff. You guys covered a lot of ground. I don't know if you can think of anything huge that I missed in my takeaways, but
well, I think, you captured all of it. And I've the one thing that I think is still a global challenge is the numerical methods and analysis methods we use to estimate risk. Those processes, from other industries, from other safety critical industries, there may be ways that we can estimate risk that might take us slightly outside the realm of what we've done traditionally for aviation, but that gets into that whole expected level of safety and everything. But no, otherwise, I think you captured all of the points, and we can certainly, I'll go back through my notes and make sure, but thanks so much for the recap. That was great.
Thanks. Thanks again to everybody that participated in that panel. Hopefully everybody enjoyed it. Just real quick reminder, looking over at the, excuse me, the polls on Conferences IO. We're getting some responses. A couple of the questions have 0 responses. A couple of them are light. The airspace international harmonization is got a lot in it already. So I encourage you to, as contributing members of this working group, to go in and put your thoughts in. Even if it's just brainstorm, we can filter through it. So stay active over there, stay active in the chat, and we'll keep trying to track things. I'm going to introduce our first speaker of the round robins now. So Jos Rieken, if you could show your face here real quick, make sure things are going well. From good to see you. From NLR. NLR is one of the member agencies that I talked about within the International Forum of Aviation Researchers lately. They're an active participant on our AAM UAM working group. Joost, I've had a good chance to work with Michelle Peters a couple times over the last few years. He's Bob Pierce's counterpart as a principal. You know, you guys are a great leader for our I4 organization, and reading your bio, you're the right person for this job. Unmanned autonomous systems, vertical lift, regulation, certification, and even some policy side local, domestically in your country, Netherlands. So really looking forward to what you have to say. If you want to do a better job of introducing yourself, feel free. Otherwise, just looking forward to your talk. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks for the introduction, Davis. And I'm sharing the screen at the moment. Just checking if it's visible. I
Looks
expect
great.
so. Okay, thanks for the feedback. So my name is indeed Joost Rieken. I work at the Royal Netherlands Aerospace Center. And in that, I'm the program lead on unmanned and autonomous flight, the program that we run at NLR. And simultaneously, I'm also seconded as a policy advisor to the ministry, working there within the program team of unmanned aviation. So it's a bit of a mix of policy aspects in combination with research matters. Just as a quick start, very short introduction of what NLR is. It is the research technology organization for aerospace, obviously in the Netherlands. It's a not-for-profit foundation conducting aerospace research, which we do on behalf of the Dutch government. Also, a large customer is within the European Union, the European Commission context, and a wide variety of other customers. Activities within 30 countries worldwide, and we are positioned in between universities and industry, so bridging the gap basically from the fundamental research into the commercialization of the innovations. And that's the place where we've been basically since the start of the aviation era, 1919 already started, and that gives us a lot of experience, history, which we now also put into good use. At least that's what we intend to do, to enable the safe and seamless introduction of advanced air mobility. And to put it in a bit of a local perspective, will definitely not be unique for the Netherlands. A lot of other regions may face the same combination of aspects, but we face in the Netherlands several challenges, which at the same time can also be seen as opportunities. Well, to start, the congestion part, the mobility needs associated with that, both on the road, the rail infrastructure, yet also in terms of population density, it's very high. And when we look at Europe and exclude some of the micro states like Monaco, Gibraltar, and San Marino, the Netherlands has one of the highest population density in the European Union, and in addition to that, also a very fragmented and also congested airspace part. For example, if we look at the numbers pre-COVID, Schiphol Airport had the highest number of takeoffs and landings within the European context. So also closer to the ground, a lot of air movements there. And thirdly, there's I would say almost everywhere, a large focus on the environment for obvious and good reasons, of course. And next to the developments that are going on globally, there's now a legal court decision, of which the highest court just had its final ruling even yesterday, that imposes even stricter limitations, mostly on nitrogen the proportion of the nitrogen limitations, which already has an impact on a lot of construction projects. and that will also affect the aviation part more and more. But in the same time, I think these three challenges pose also opportunities for the introduction of the advanced air mobility part, and that's something that our government also sees. Diving a bit deeper into that, within the Netherlands, it has set out 4 public interest pillars dedicated to aviation. That's listed on the left of the slide. These are, of course, also relevant to the AAM introductions, and these focus on items like safety. That's a prerequisite, of course. It's focusing on the physical connectivity, yet that is to be established in such a manner that it supports an attractive and healthy living environment, and of course all within the context of the sustainability goals. And our focus is within that context directed at addressing the social challenges that is associated with the introduction of the smart and sustainable air mobility part, while at the same time also enabling the stakeholders that we have to better implement air mobility safely within our national aerospace and also within society. And to put that into a bit of a bigger picture, within the ministry, within the government, we are working alongside 5 action lines. And here you see the sketch of basically the part in which advanced air mobility, UAM, unmanned aviation is being fitted in. And that's been done through 5 action lines, listed on the left again. It's one on safety and regulations. Basically, it concerns all the regulatory implementation activities. The second one is on connecting the airspace. That includes items like zoning, where is unmanned aviation in this part allowed, where are they not allowed. It's the introduction of U-Space, the unmanned traffic management system. And in terms of recent developments, as of this week, the first initial U-Space system in the Netherlands is being established, and it's now being introduced over the harbor of Rotterdam, which will be in a prototype phase. We will test it for the coming 2 years. So it's not a formal U-Space airspace, because that's only possible as of January next year, but it's a prototype to learn the lessons already before we implement it. Before we want to implement it throughout the nation. The third one, it's on renewing and expanding. That's basically giving room for testing and experimentation. What type of tests can be done, can be performed where and by whom. When do we close the airspace for testing purposes? But also, when can we open up the levels of airspace, the lower levels of airspace within an aerodrome control zone, for example. And also, again, from an unmanned perspective, looking into what is the roadmap towards beyond visual line of sight operations within the Netherlands. What are the options? What needs to be known or developed in order to allow such BVLOS flights, the flights that are beyond the visual line of sight of the pilot, and all that without the need for closed airspace, because that's obviously the prerequisite for the operationalization throughout the country. The fourth one is on preparing for the future. This includes, amongst others, some policy exploration studies. We did one on UAM, AAM matters, and that study indicated that there is a clear relevance for the Netherlands with such type of operations. That's also links back to the earlier to the slide shown before with the congestion part. And yet there is still a need to make more clear the policy implications that UAM or AAM will bring, to make that more concrete. And for that, several follow-up studies are being commissioned. They focus on depicting the route for the operational implementation of UAM, and on the implementation of vertiports, for example, looking into the policy side of things, as well as the social embracement part of it, because they need to go hand in hand, obviously. And in terms of the international cooperation, the Netherlands is very active in the global setting. like mentioned before, on the groups which are being established within ICAO. The Netherlands provide the chair of the ICAO RPAS panel, for example, have expert involvements within JARUS, the Joint Aviation Authorities on Rulemaking, and also in the within Europe on the national aviation authorities on implementing matters for the regulation, and therewith being a sparring partner to EASA as well. So that is in the bigger picture, more on the policy side. And on technical matters, to make it a bit more concrete, even more. At NLR, we are working on let's say, the obvious topics, like the one listed here. We work on the detect and avoid aspects, that obviously being linked to airspace integration, the certification side of things. Also very active in various wind tunnel items, material research, and of course also within a digital world, the cybersecurity and the security concepts as a whole. Yet for this update, I won't go into the details of all those parts, but I do like to focus, to zoom in a bit on 3 specific challenges that we are working on, which we believe can be of added value, even more added value to the community, and to which we are obviously open to further collaborate on. And as a start, the first one, it was also mentioned a bit before in the introduction. Davis already mentioned the importance of the public acceptance and the perception of the noise. This often being identified as one of the key potential showstoppers for AAM, basically because AAM gets close to where the people live and work. And in order to address that, we study the perception side of things. For that, we try to increase the familiarity with UEM using simulations, virtual reality demos, like seen on the photo, and also we study the human response to UEM operations, also including the non-acoustical factors. It is noise, and it's also the visual part in public trials. And there's a short YouTube video link listed on the slide, which I will not show due to time limitations now, but you can obviously look at it later. And there's a short video on such trials. We also studied the impact of the low frequency noise, including the effect of toward the attitude and the frequency of exposure, and the effect it has on the annoyance levels. So that's basically focus on the perception side of things. And in parallel, we also work on the noise minimization of the aircraft itself. For that, we can pinpoint the sources of the noise through dedicated noise wind tunnel with their models therein. And in line with that, we are studying the noise propagation of a ducted fence, which is a common component of the AAM aircraft, and optimizing the noise production of propellers. Then, also having a look on an eye on the time, I'd like to continue to the second challenge that we are addressing. Also here on the picture, a still from a video, which you can further look into the video through the link on the screen. We look at the hyperlocal weather impact, because at low altitudes, both wind speed and direction, it can change abruptly. And that jeopardizes many anticipated applications of drones drones and unmanned and advanced air mobility vehicles, especially in urban areas. Therefore, we started a project to provide the operators with accurate weather knowledge, basically addressing the weather information service, which is also being researched in light of the U-space concept, the unmanned traffic management concept, which is intended to provide drone operators with information on the actual and forecasted weather situation. And let me see. Well, because there's the vulnerability of such aircraft in combination with a high volatile environment, that makes it very interesting and less researched so far, but those are areas where we are very active in, with the ultimate objective to see if we can make use of aerial measurement systems to even predict and nowcast wind forecast at lower levels, and also within the city environments. And the third challenge, the final challenge I'd like to zoom in a bit on, is the one on concurrent operations. There are many concepts on how to manage autonomous air vehicles within a confined airspace. It can be either centralized, being governed through strategic deconfliction, in which each aircraft gets their own flight plan pre-flight approved, that separates it from others. That's a centralized one. It can also be decentralized, being a responsibility for deconflicting through individual vehicles, individual aircraft having that responsibility themselves, which do not have the information on the other flight plans. And it's a hybrid one, being a combination of the first two, the centralized and decentralized. And that last one proved to be the most promising one, in which you can have both combinations, both concepts combined. And we are now progressing that work by looking into how true concurrent operations can be accommodated. How does that look like? What do we need to have in place to make that a reality? And to conclude, at the end of this brief update, I'd like to share some questions, also to spark the thinking process further. I'd like very much to hear your say in the discussion section at the end of this session. But first of all, how to get from a sandbox environment to day-to-day operations? How do we progress it? Progress the research, progress the tests into the real-world day-to-day operations? Do we need to do things differently to make the transition easier? Open question there. And secondly, also when comparing the AAM foresight scenarios with today's manned, primarily helicopter operations, how do they differ from each other? For example, when you look at the helicopter flight over Manhattan, for example, they are mainly directed to fly over the Hudson. So what do we need to do differently in order to let a lot of AAM aircraft fly over the city? Do they then need even stricter certification criteria? And I think that also links to the previous panel on the accepted safety levels. Do we need to have even further considerations on that matter? And also a bit closer to our home, here in the Netherlands, the planning of a new airport that takes decades, and then still the final decision hasn't been made yet. And within that light, how do we handle the spatial planning challenges which are associated with the vertiports, or the takeoff and landing areas of AAM aircraft, especially in residential areas? How to deal with that? Just some food for thought. And that concludes my brief update on the implementation of what we've been doing in the Netherlands context.
Thank you, Just. Great briefing. I especially liked your geographical prowess and referencing a U.S. city in the Hudson. Yeah, a couple other things I picked up on. The social challenges aspect is awesome. Like I said earlier, I do kind of feel like there's an international thing that we need to consider with respect to those. And then a theme I feel like I've heard, not today necessarily, but from the European countries is, like your use-based implementation throughout your nation. Like, it's a really consistent message I hear from nation to nation across the European countries, and recognizing going from the sandbox to that implementation. But I feel like you guys as a union are doing a great job really moving forward with that. It's welcomed. It pushes us even more here in the U.S. and I think it shows, even though we use different terminology and everything, and in some way it does show some harmonization that I think is really important. So thank you, and yeah, we'll take the food for thought, and maybe even if you paste it in the chat, we can move it into the Q&A session. But yeah, all right, I'm gonna move on. That's all right to keep for time. I actually skipped the break accidentally. Some people probably noticed that, but I have a feeling we'll be back on track in no time. Next speakers from South Africa, Keith Malejo. Not directly an IFAR member since I'm keeping with that IFAR theme. You're from the Civil Aviation Authority in South Africa. So looking forward to hearing from you. Excellent background. I can see from your bio. South African Navy, and then an air traffic controller. The air traffic controller community is entirely welcome, and everything AAM. I think to one of the questions we got asked at the beginning of this session, air traffic controllers are a key piece to harmonizing AAM with other traditional commercial transport use cases. So excited to hear from you from that perspective. And then testing standards, ICAO RPAS panel, all that stuff is really great experience from an international perspective, and then understanding what you bring from South Africa. So really looking forward to your brief. And just like I said to Jost, if you want to introduce yourself better than me, feel free. But if not, let's get started, and can't wait to hear what you have to say.
Thank you very much for that introduction. I think you did a great job. I'm not going to belabor the point of introductions and so on. But before we get into it, can I just tackle what you just asked now when it comes to a traffic controller playing a key role with the integration of ATM, UTM, and innovation otherwise. My biggest factor is that change management is really key. Just like any other change, how you manage that change, that whole transition is really key. Making the people aware of the changes and why we need those changes and how we're going to benefit from those changes. It would be my standpoint, just to address your question from the top of my head. All right, ladies and gentlemen, my slides are not moving. Please indicate when my slides are moving.
They have not moved. They are up on the screen though. Would you like us to pull them up for you?
Just hold on. I'll see. Okay, here we go.
There we go. Perfect.
Yeah. All right. So today, what I'm going to be looking at when it comes to this day, I'm going to introduce the whole concept and look at the current work that we're doing as SAA, and also look at our efforts towards UAM and AAM, and also detail South Africa's plan, and then just give my personal perspective. Yeah, it's a great thing because I actually presented in the very same event, I think a year and a half ago. So it's really great to just pick up from where I left off. How I always approach each and every presentation, I don't want to assume that people know the background or they know everything and anything. So I just like giving context. So I'll start off by saying aviation as we know it today is actually managed through a system called Air Traffic Management System. In short, it's ATM. The system then ensures that air traffic flows in an orderly manner that is safe, and it's also very expeditious at the very same time. So with that being said, this is how we've known aviation for the best of it. This is what we call conventional aviation, manned aviation. But now here comes the new kid on the block, which is unmanned aviation, right? And as fate might have it, with every technological evolution, revolution, and innovation, the way we see aviation today has to change. It's inevitable that how we do and treat aviation today will definitely change tomorrow. Hence, we're having these events. Hence, we're having such concepts as UTMs, your UAMs, your eVTOLs, vertiports, and eventually your AAMs. And I know NASA is working on some extraterrestrial stuff, but that is the nature of life. So we have to evolve from each and every time. But then the main concern then comes in is how do NSPs, your NAAs, National Aviation Authorities, or your CAAs, your airports, and the government overall protect their interest, and the underlying or primary interest for all of these organizations would be safety and security, right? Looking at defense, it would be the the independence of that state. So those are questions that we then really have to ask ourselves as we move forward. And coming from a regulatory background and doing my work in the regulation, these are the questions I ask myself. Right, and again, we turn our head again to look at what does this technology then bring? And from an economic perspective, the numbers that have been forecasted are incredible, right? Each and every country would want to then just jump on this bandwagon and start reaping the rewards. You look at it from a social perspective, right? Life becomes easier for the citizens within any state that then applies this technology. And that's how we literally have to look at it, but bearing in mind that we also have to be careful that we just don't jump onto the bandwagon without having our crawling, our walking, and then running. So what we're doing at this year, well, the current work at South Africa at the moment, last year I had said we were busy reviewing the National Civil Aviation Policy. I'm fortunate that this year I can say we have reviewed that policy and we have adjusted and we also incorporated unmanned aviation into the whole National Civil Aviation Policy. What we're also doing is that we then noted before we can start doing anything major from an aviation community, we then have to realize who is actually affected and who actually plays a key role. I mean, if you're talking about UAM, urban air mobility, you then have to start talking to your local government and so forth. And these people, to be quite honest, they're not in the knowing of aviation like us, people from aviation. So then we then start to foster relationships, collaborate with these stakeholders, and create awareness of aviation and what the future really holds, and then start to create some sort of excitement around the potential that this whole technology will bring for us. Jump into regulations. Regulations are not cast in stone. So we continually are reviewing our regulations in order to accommodate new technology coming in and so on, and looking at the technical standards to help the industry to actually have a better handle on this. So we've created a whole value chain to say, we'll start from a design and development, go into assembly and production, where we'll then look at assembling and testing, software and development, right to where we can actually apply these applications in terms of drone applications. Major one would be for national security, especially with the borders. There we can easily use our drones, military-wise, insurance, and so on. And then start creating value out of this one in terms of personnel-wise and socio-economic, start then training people to have these skills so that they can actually be able to operate in the field. And then obviously the continuous evaluation, monitoring, and maintaining comes in. And then, so our efforts in as far towards urban air mobility or advanced air mobility, what we understand that it's gonna happen, it has to happen, and with that happening, we understand the congestion it can literally create. We understand the sort of challenges air traffic controllers might actually end up facing if we don't apply certain systems, if we don't apply certain applications, such as UTMs and so forth. But how we actually dealing with the current operations right now in South Africa is that we have a system called the flexible use of airspace, in which we then designate a certain airspace if it's not working, and then an RPAS operator wants to operate there. We say you can, whoever, doesn't necessarily have to be an RPAS operator. It can be someone paragliding or whoever, to say you can use it from this hour to that hour because it's not being used. So we try to maximize in that sense. But as the industry grows and so forth, we understand that won't be a feasible solution. So we'd have to then start looking at solutions as such as your UAM, AAMs, and that is what we're doing at the moment, and eventually integrate RPAS into conventional aviation. What we've achieved so far is that we have BB-loss operations, recent approval of blast services deliveries, and the nice thing is that what we always preach at the CIA is that we always open to engagements, and if the engagement makes sense, we can then go and test and trials of concept to then not just shut down and say, no, we're not going to do it when it hasn't been proven. So we actually encourage safety cases and so forth, so that the concept of operation is proven. Like I mentioned, our plan, having then adjusted or amended the National Civil Aviation Policy, we then said the groundwork has to be done. And this is where the broad stakeholder consultation comes in. Industry consultation. We're busy with the strategy, we're busy drafting it. And then from there on, we then implement and monitor and see how it works, because it will be a pilot. So you want to continuously monitor and evaluate your pilot and improve where you're making your lessons and so on. And from my personal perspective, this is my 3 C's. These are my lines where I say we actually need to collaborate, cooperate, and co-create. Similar to this event, it's a form of collaboration. From there on, we then start linking up and then start setting up MOUs, and that is cooperation. From MOUs, then we start doing the work, and that is when we start to co-create. So in this whole approach, since everybody doesn't know where to go, everybody wants to do this, but we're not sure because it hasn't been proven as much as yet, right? So we need to then adopt this whole approach where we then collaborate, cooperate, and co-create. And with that being said, that's it for me today. I'll take any questions. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Keith. Got a few takeaways that I grabbed from there. I like the opening statement you made about the change management is key, and I think you echoed that a little bit later in your brief when you talked about your policy reviews and then kind of your ATM versus UTM concept. I think there's some truth to that domestically here. Like as UTM type concepts stand up, it's really about successfully integrating with the air traffic management environments we have today and evolving those in a manner that keeps things safe while we add new technologies. I also really noticed a couple different places, your last slide and then one previous, you said open to engagement and then talked a lot about the collaboration side. So it's good to see that. Hopefully everybody on the phone here takes note of that and you get some outreach around it. It's clearly critically important. We agree with you, and that's why we're having meetings like this. So yeah, great briefing. With that, I'm going to move on, and we'll take more questions if anybody wants to put them in the chat. And again, the Q&A towards the end. Hopefully, everybody's able to stay around. Moving on to Christian Eschman. Christian, if you could show yourself for a quick introduction here. It's one of the few times I get to talk to Christian where he's not in his home office and he's got nice airplanes behind him and everything. I know he's on travel here. He's I believe you're in the US right now, heading up to Canada for a couple weeks of RPAS Symposium and Drone Enable. Christian is a member of DLR, German Aerospace Research Institute. Sorry if I butchered that there. German Aerospace Center. Yeah, sorry. And he's also a co-chair with me on the IFAR work that we do. So I spend a lot of time with Christian, multiple times a week, weeks in Prague and Warsaw together. So not only an excellent colleague and does well working with me and the rest of our IFAR team to really move the ball forward internationally. He additionally works, and I think this is a really important note, the AREA, European Research Establishment in Aeronautics, which is my view of it is the kind of the European conglomerate of research agencies that resembles IFAR. Obviously, a state like the U.S. doesn't need that because we don't have the independent nature that you guys have, but few really important international positions that you hold, and then obviously DLR does a lot of great research. So thanks for showing up. Thanks for all the great work we've done together over the last few years. Look forward to keeping it going. But for today, look forward to hearing your brief from the DLR perspective.
Perfect. Thanks, Davis. And yes, sorry that I don't have any drones or nice planes in the back. Actually, it was a night in a bunk bed because I had some issues with my original hotel. So that's a more or less interesting setup for today. Let me just have a look at my presentation where it is. There, and here you go. Hope you can see it.
Looks great.
Perfect. Good. Yeah, thanks, Davis, for the nice introduction. Yeah, I'm Christian Ashman. I'm the strategic coordinator for the topic of AAM at the DLR. And as Davis mentioned, we are on a more or less weekly basis in touch with our activities here with IFA, with the international research partners, with ICAO, but we will talk about that later today. And I just had a look at the presentation of my last update. When was it? In March 21. And so here I just wanted to focus for today, for the 15 minutes, just on what happened since then. Where is DLR really focusing at the moment? Where are the challenges a bit? And also a bit the understanding of AAM, because we're coming from UAS, then a bit UAM, and the drivers behind that. The interesting part at the moment is that due to whatever the economic changes at the moment, we still have a rising budget at DLR and then on the research side. So for DLR, we when we talk about the German Aerospace Center, it's just one pillar is research. We also have a space agency and also a project management agency. When we just have a look at the research part, it's currently roughly 1.2 billion euros per year. Usually half of it's institutional funding, the rest is third-party funding. So the third-party funding part is getting more and more. So that is interesting to see that nowadays still the industrial partners are willing to step in or to go for research projects, and they still need or see the need for the new technologies, especially when it comes to now the new topics, and also with, let's say, the political challenges there. We also have seen that, or we founded a lot of new institutes in the last years, and especially since last year and the year before, we were able to really start it or to build up these new institutions, especially with regard to the black dots here. We founded 3 institutes in the framework of the Structural Reinforcement Act in Germany. So we have in Germany still some mining regions, and there the government said, okay, we want to shut down all coal power plants, and but there are more than 10,000 jobs in the regions. So there was one idea that DLR with new research institutes could, of course, not come up with 10,000 new jobs, but really to help these regions based on new technology research, to attract new industrial partners or even to start new companies. So they really see, and the topics are here, energy as well as AAM. So there they really want to see how the new topics that we see in aeronautics can really help for this transition, also on a let's say social level. We also came up last year with a new aeronautical strategy on DLR side. And of course, let's say one of the main drivers is the European Green Deal, and more documents or let's say also political attitudes we can see in Europe are really tackling the vision of, let's say, the Green Deal and the climate neutrality. So of course, there are also other topics, but that one here is more and more the driver, and there's nearly no chance to go around it. Of course, for AAM, that's not the big deal, so to say, because AAM, well, we still don't see it as a mass transportation means or not, that it will have such an impact. because let's say, yeah, like most of the emissions coming from long-haul flights, but still everything that we will see in the AAM field has to fulfill, of course, still all the requirements that we will see here. When you just have a look at the AAM part in Germany and in Europe, again, on the European side, that's definitely the circular economy part and the Green Deal #1 priority here. And of course, we also have, together with our ministries and on the national side, an US and Innovative Action Plan, how to really implement and integrate any kind of new mobility from small drones up to any air taxi concepts. I mentioned it, we have more and more institutes at the moment, and more and more institutes, not only from aeronautics, are involved in our UAM AAM research. So we've seen that especially our energy, or that's it, the institutes coming from our energy program, as well as space and transportation program, are more and more involved in everything that is in our research portfolio here, or let's say when it comes to projects, because we've seen that, especially when it comes to integrated mobility, we definitely need their expertise. So we are, I don't want to see that we are going off track, but at least we are not anymore in this classical or conservative aeronautical framework, or let's say in our program. So we are opening up even internally a lot. In terms of having a broader perspective, when we say AAM, we're really open a bit the perspective on the portfolio here. So especially a lot of projects are currently done in the terms of short-haul operations. So anything in the, let's say, mid to upper range of CS-23 aircraft, so 9 to 19 seaters. That is something where we do a lot of hybrid electric propulsion testing and integration. And for us, that is really the area where we want to use or go for, let's say, the scalable research. So upscaling and use it for even some higher CS-23 or even lower CS-25 aircraft, and also scaling it down for anything that we will see in the air taxi area, or let's say air taxi aircraft size configurations there. Autonomy is still a big thing on our side, and there we also look at any kinds of autonomy. So EASA had a new concept now for which kind of categories we will see in the future and how to introduce them. And I mean, the first category for EASA is already let's say an A320, A340 size aircraft flying pilotless from Europe to I think Paris to New York. It's how they describe it, what they would love to see here. So of course we're doing some research there, how to really go for automation in let's say the classical area. Of course, infrastructure test and demonstration is the main focus here, to really investigate what kind of new research and technology infrastructures are needed for AAM, and also to investigate what kind of old infrastructures maybe are not anymore necessary. So there we can see a clear change. And of course, infrastructure are costly. So there we see a shift at DLR at the moment. And of course, the whole thing of electrification, we do a lot of hybrid propulsion testing. We have, I mean, that's just a drawing, but that's actually an aircraft that we are flying. It's a 4-seater aircraft with hybrid propulsion with fuel cells. So there, again, together with the first image of the scaled research, we are trying to really tackle all levels here. Just schematics, we have a lot of UAS, UAM projects running at the moment. Oh, sorry, I just see that it's in German. And the background of those topics are really, it's quite diverse. So we have from military projects via, what are the others, humanitarian projects, due to some classical drone concepts and air taxi configurations. So there we really see that this whole area or portfolio of AAM is really getting bigger and bigger, and now becoming a huge portion of our whole aeronautical portfolio. One of our current biggest projects at DLR is a UAS project. It's called Horizon UAM, where we for the first time want to, let's say, evaluate or assess our overall expertise at DLR, because usually we are only working on a propulsion for new aircraft, or on an operations model, or even the social acceptance. And here we thought that with such a broad and interdisciplinary topic of UAM, we thought that it might be worth to really bring everyone to one table and just to show how all the research output, how all the new technologies will then work together or have to work together, and really then go for an, let's say, organizational-wide assessment and to show the competences here. The only thing is that for us, UTM U-Space is a bit separate, because that's a large part in parallel, but all the other aspects here are at the moment that we try to tackle. And this whole project is running from 2020 to mid of next year. And yeah, just as you can see, focus from a forecast of market penetration via system design and really even with, let's say, acceptance studies and scale demonstration in some model or container city environments, where we just try to simulate in a virtual but also in a physical manner everything that is needed here. Some smaller projects, of course, that is something in Germany that is quite popular at the moment, to go for Reallabore, so real laboratories, where, let's say, testing is not anymore in certain facilities, but where we really use current infrastructure. So sometimes it's really digitalization of motorways in Germany, and where you can really in the real life environment do the research and testing. And here, just an example how to, let's say, use some UAS as, let's say, flying geofencing platforms that prepare a rescue helicopter operation. So just as an example of how we, let's say, also interact with other organizations, other governmental bodies, when it comes to how to go for research projects together with other national partners. Another thing still ongoing that's, I would not say a never-ending story, but it's more complex than we thought. It's the third version of our higher altitude platform, a good example of how we bring together all our programs. So again, aeronautics, space, energy and transport, from cyber secure communication systems to new solar panels, miniaturized sensors, etc. So that is really something where we currently are trying to push our let's say technology limits a bit, and then again use it for some scalable research. Of course, another thing when it comes to cooperation with industrial partners, here a project together with Airbus and Volocopter, where we try to tackle, let's say, new HEMS configurations, and also to see what is in there, especially in the frame, or let's say in the environment of, let's say, current air taxi configurations, and how they could be used for any medical operations. And here the idea is not to, let's say, have the transportation of a patient, but really just to bring the medical staff on a really on a short notice, or within minutes, to the place where where they are needed. Because we just had some studies in Germany that only 15% of all operations, at the end, a patient had to be transported with the HEMS. And so there is just one output now for us to see, together with the industrial partners, how these new configurations could help us on a daily basis with some real life applications. highly connected. I mean, it's not completely focused on US UAM, but it's more and more putting a focus there. It's our Institute of Aerospace Medicine, where we have different laboratories where we can tackle any physical as well as psychological effects on the society. And there we have heard it in some other presentations already today that societal expectance is key here. So there is a lot of research going on the German side at the moment. And of course, one of our main focus is our National US Test Center, the airport that we bought in 2019. We had a, let's say, 2 years ramp up phase, and now we are fully operational since this May. So it's an official international airport with everything that a standard airport has. But let's say here, research has a priority when it comes to the usage of the airport. So we can close it whenever needed. We can, so to say, play with the airport. So that's really our scientists' playground here that is getting more and more expanded. So there we are, for example, building a model city 1:4 scale at the moment to simulate, not to simulate only in a virtual one, but in a real life, let's say some effects of wind effects, noise effects in like a bigger city. And that is really where a lot of activities are connected to. So more and more institutes, but also external partners are using this airport. And there we already coming to the challenges and the regulatory side, because we realized that, okay, just a step back, that such a test center is quite nice to have, but if you have to fulfill any kind of safety and regulations before you're allowed to test, then most of the tests are really obsolete. And that is really something where we're in touch with our local authorities as well as EASA to see how test centers, not only the DLR one, but really also together with our European and international partners, how these test centers and test airports could be more flexible when it comes to technology test. Just some examples of our airport here. So we are building a model emission control center, not only for us, but really, especially when it comes to the usage by external research or industrial partners of the airport. Then the second thing is the scale model city that I just mentioned that should be finished until end of next year. And of course, the airport is really a proper basis for any kind of counter-UAS projects and activities. Just to briefly mention it here, we have quite a good network at the moment in Germany between the test centers that we see here. We're doing the same thing on the European scale with our European partners. And Davis just mentioned we have ERIA, so the European Research Establishments in Aeronautics. And they're the European idea at the moment from the European Commission is that we see more and more European infrastructures in the future. So it should be less DLI infrastructures and honorary infrastructures and industry infrastructures. They would love to see that they are under one umbrella. So in order to optimize the resources and really to foster a bit the collaboration. And the idea on the international side is that that's what we are doing currently with the lead of our national test center in Germany, going to build up such a network together with our partners worldwide. So of course with NASA, NRC in Canada, and Southeast Asia, that is a bit our focus at the moment. And there we to see from information exchange, lessons learned, to collaborative projects, focusing on the test centers there. That is something where we have learned where we need to be a bit better in the future because it's getting more and more of interest, any kind of regulation. So we have the LBA, the Luftfahrtbundesamt, that's the Federal Aviation Office in Germany. They are more the operational side when it comes to regulations. And our Federal Ministry for Digital and Transport, they are more coming from the strategic part. So they are dealing with what is needed in terms of regulations, and the LBR is then more or less the implementing part of it. But even if it's a German thing, EASA is coming more and more into the fore, and there we can see that the idea of the harmonized European approach is really the focus at the moment. And just 2 other slides. Area, that is not only information exchange, but there we are going for a lot of proposals and projects together. In the past, it was the main focus on, let's say, applying for Horizon Europe or any European funded projects. Now it's more and more the strategy now, starting next January, that we try to align our programmatics. So really to align our institutional funded projects, and then in order to see to, let's say, that by in-kind contributions from all the partners to produce a common output, and in order to have a resource, better resource or optimized resource based research here. And then Davis mentioned it, IFRA, just one slide. That is really something that we are doing more and more together with our industrial partners, but I'm just not going into details here because we have a session just for that later today. And that was just a quick rush through the update from the German side. So thanks a lot, and open for questions. Back to Davis.
Yeah, thank you, Christian. Just kind of in summary, I hadn't seen the full view of the research agency's perspective, where you went over how you look at vehicles, autonomy, infrastructure test, and electric. Yeah, not surprised. I mean, you guys are a really robust research organization, and we work pretty directly with you on a lot of different things, have agreements and such. And also, the AAM research portfolio you went over, nothing too surprising there. Again, with such a robust organization, and you guys and your country have really 2 of the leaders for UAM specific vehicle development, not to mention the drone side with Volocopter and Lilium. So I'm sure they really appreciate what you guys have going on there locally in Germany, and then across Europe. Couple other things I noticed, like Horizon UAM. Me personally want to learn a little bit more about it. Looked like a really cool one. And the urban rescue stuff is a really, I think, good one to be on early. That's came up a couple times already this morning. And then just a little kind of my day job thing that I think perspective is probably true. So you can answer head nod up and down, but it's got to be complicated with all the different centers you have and the different research going on in different locations, and then integrating with Europe and then integrating with international. Yeah. So, I respect that internally. We have a complicated picture as well. Pretty focused in a lot of ways on our side, but it's still tough when you have different, centers and everything and projects and integrating them all together to optimize your impact. So yeah, I'm sure your day job takes up more time than your IFAR job does with me, but a lot of respect for you guys and what you do. And yeah, those are my takeaways.
Perfect.
Thanks. Yeah, moving right along to keep time. Moving on to France. So Nicholas Markow, if you could show us your camera works and that you're ready. I know you're not presenting any slides, so I'll just do a quick introduction. There we go. Thank you. Not quite up yet. There you are. Thank you. Yeah, so US program manager for DSAC. My summary directorate, if I can translate it to English appropriately, Directorate for Safety and Security, Civil Aviation. So obviously a regulator. You got a broad resume across a bunch of different things: drone operations, regulation, training, airworthiness, airspace integration, safety promotion. So clearly, across a complete UAS portfolio at minimum. I assume that's AAM, but as well, expanding beyond UAS. But you can tell us about that or not, or tell us how you guys work it. And yeah, looking forward to hearing what you have to say as well.
Okay, thank you very much, Davis, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to present our activities in France. So, as you mentioned, we are more focused on the regulatory part and oversight part, and not on R&D activities. So I will focus my presentation, I would say, on three main topics, which are the US, UTM, and crude VTOL. So as far for the US part, we've been applying the European regulation since the beginning of 2021. It's the same for all the member states. So earlier, I've heard that we've discussed about harmonization. So I'm glad to announce you that at least at European level, we are, I would say, more or less harmonized, meaning that we apply the same rules, but since these rules have some margin of interpretation, we still are discussing between the member states and with EASA about the real application. So amongst our activities, one of our main activity is to issue operational authorizations to operators for new kind of operations and innovative US operations. So last year, for instance, we've issued 133 operational authorizations. The number will be about the same in 2022. Most of these operations are, for instance, long-range operations for surveillance activities, mapping activities. We also had a lot of operations of drone swarms for air shows, and also some operations were related to logistics. But for the time being, most of these logistic activities take place in sparsely populated areas and not in urban areas for reason I will mention later. The air risk method, the risk method that we apply in France is the same as in Europe. It's the SORA. It's for specific operations risk assessment. It's a method that has been developed in JARUS and that is now included in the European regulation. And in the SORA, you have a progressivity of ground risk and air risk, and depending of your level of risk, you will have different technical and operational requirements. So the more risk you take because you overfly higher density of population, or because your drone is larger, or because you climb higher, the more and more stringent will be your technical and operational requirements. So far, most of our operations take place in very low level of risk, meaning that this operation takes place in sparsely populated areas, or even if they take place in urban areas, they will take place above controlled ground areas. So meaning that you mitigate the risk of a drone falling on the ground. And the reason why most of these operations are in low risk, of low risk, is because for the time being, the drones that are used for this kind of operation are not very reliable, I must say. And this is, I would say, the main issue to increase the level of risk and to have, I would say, operations that take place in urban areas. The main challenge would be to increase the reliability of the drone. Most of our operators that comes to us to say things that they can use, I would say, on-the-shelf drones to perform logistic operations in urban areas. But when you compare that to the criteria of the SORA, it's clearly not possible. You have to have much reliable drones. The second challenge that you will have for US is the airspace integrations, because one of the main concerns that we have is that the see and avoid principle cannot apply. So contrary to the intuition, actually, it's easier for US to fly in a controlled airspace, because if it flies at low level and relatively far from airports, it's easier to approve these operations, because the ATC is here to ensure that there won't be any conflict between the US and other crewed aircraft. But in uncontrolled airspace, Class G airspace, and so on, it's much more difficult to ensure this integration. And so I will transit to the second part of my presentation, which is the part on UTM. In Europe, we call the name is U-Space, and last year we had the publication of the first regulatory package for U-Space implementation. Again, at European level, this regulatory package will enter into force beginning of 2023. But I must say it's really a first step towards full integration, because this regulatory package is mostly based on, I would say, segregation of US activities. It means that the U-Space airspace will mostly be implemented in areas and in airspace where most of activities are US, and only a few manned aircraft will be allowed to transit through this U-Space airspace. There are two ways to allow this transit. In controlled airspace, this will be the ATC. The ATC will allow the transit. This will be done through dynamic airspace reconfiguration, meaning that when an aircraft has to go through this U-Space airspace, you will ask all the US operator either to land or to get away from, or to give priority to the aircraft. And in uncontrolled airspace, this will be done through electronic conspicuity. So crewed aircraft that enter U-Space airspace is supposed to be electronic, to be conspicuous, so that other US will be able to detect this aircraft. For the time being, there are four mandatory services that are proposed in the U-Space regulation, but none of them are really related to tactical deconfliction, meaning that you can't expect with the first step of regulation to have full deconfliction between full tactical deconfliction between UAS or between a UAS or a crewed aircraft. So this really will be an additional challenge. And even independently of this U-Space regulation, this is already a challenge to allow BVLOS UAS operations, because for this operation, most of them will take place in France currently in segregated airspace. There may be other airspace or other areas in Europe or in the US where you are not, it's not, I would say, mandatory or necessary to segregate the airspace, but due to the amount of traffic, even at low level, for the time being, we don't have any other solutions that to segregate this airspace, because even at very low height, you still have military aircraft, you still have a helicopter flying very low for medical situation or emergency situations. But this segregation is not, I would say, a very satisfying solution, because, of course, well, you close the airspace, so it creates constraints. It creates constraints for US operators, but it also creates constraints for other operators. So what we would like to see in the future is the development of new detect and avoid avoid tools, either cooperative, but in that case, you will have to ensure that there is really a conspicuity between crewed aircraft and US, or also, but also non-cooperative in order to ensure that even if an aircraft is not equipped, a US will be able to detect it. And the last part of my update will be about crewed VTOL. So this is something that DGAC is really working on with actors from the industry, especially in the perspective of the Olympic Games in 2024 in Paris, where we would like to have a demonstration, maybe operations of such crewed VTOL. And here again, it raises a lot of challenges, even when you have a pilot on board. The first challenge is, well, it's about the same that for US flying above urban areas. The first challenge is, of course, the certification of aircraft. In Europe, all the certification activities are performed by EASA, and we are aware of a few actors a few manufacturers trying to obtain this type certificate from EASA for VTOLs. We have the same issue about airspace integration. Of course, with a pilot on board, you can rely on the see and avoid principle in uncontrolled airspace, or you can rely on ATC in a more traditional manner. But of course, it will really depend on the number of VTOLs you're trying to make fly above the city. It's not an easy task, also in terms of acceptance, because currently under big cities we only have a few helicopters flying. So if you have large numbers of VTOLs, it will really create this issue of airspace integration. We have related issues about vertiports. What are the expected requirements for this vertiport? Will it be the same in the philosophy as for heliport, but you could expect to reduce, to have less stringent requirements due to the performance of the VTOL. But even in this situation, it's really not easy to create vertiport in densely populated areas. It's also not easy to create safe landing areas to accommodate with emergency situation of vertiports. We also have operational performance issue, especially regarding the question of the final reserve of these eVTOLs, which is the endurance of these eVTOL is much less than helicopters. So it means that you have to multiply the safe landing areas to accommodate with the fact that final reserves can only be maybe 10 minutes or 15 minutes, and it's really not easy. And of course, we have the same situation as in other European countries regarding the acceptability of these operations, the noise issues, the environmental issues. But I must say it's a bit outside of the scope of our main mission, which is safety. So that's it for my presentation, and we will be glad to take questions later on. Thank you.
Great job, very thorough, and no need for slides. Well said across the board. A few things, I think it was the first time I heard today deep conversation on the SORA approach in Europe. Relationships to JARUS and European regulation and such. So thanks for covering that. Also a little bit more depth on the use-based side. So thanks. Like hearing about some of the challenges with the segregated pieces. Rural, urban airspaces, where you can segregate, where you can't. And then just generally like the deficiency with closing the airspace and all that stuff, getting to more integrated ops. I think that's good perspective. And then on the crude VTOL side, I like how you were able to kind of, I guess, talk about challenges of today's like initial operations when you talked about even some of the vertiports and performance. But then some of the things that the current ones can do, like sense and avoid and such, that maybe later on when we need to scale, the concepts that even if you get past some of these initial challenges, almost none of, you didn't say this, but almost none of it matters unless you can scale. Might get a couple of aircraft manufacturers, but the investment we're making in this industry from a regulatory R&D and even venture capital perspectives, it doesn't pay off unless we all get to scale. So I think that's good perspective across the three. I didn't see if there's any direct questions in the chat, but I see there's a couple of long things. So maybe we'll get to those later. Those don't look like maybe they're directed at you. So good for now. And we thank you for your time. And we did manage to fall a little bit behind, not your fault, just over time. We've progressively kind of worked it. So I think we're gonna move on to our last three presenters, starting with Andrew Ward from Australia. Andrew, are you there? Great.
I'm here.
Yeah, so another Civil Aviation Authority representative, emerging technologies, obviously good for this talk. A lot of great experience I saw in your bio with ICAO, RPAS panel, co-rapporteur of safety management, and then the ops working group side. So we know Australia is one of the countries that I think can play a leading role in all this with your geography and what you guys have going on. And so looking forward to hear what you have to say. And I'll try to save a couple minutes and get us back on time by not being too long-winded. So ball's yours, Andrew.
Thank you. I'll just share my presentation.
Oh, Andrew, it looks like Lexi brought up your slides. If you want to just tell her next slide, she can control them for you.
That aligns with where I'm talking to. Okay. Right. So with there is just to pick up where I left off. Obviously, as it goes forward in time, the roadmap has less obvious detail. So the slide that you can now see shows the various pathways of regulatory development that CASA will undertake over that time frame. Could you advance the slide, please? So following on from the roadmap, CASA is committed to engaging with industry to develop guidelines for the key infrastructure that is needed to move this technology forward. One such is to mention that our effort in developing guidelines for vertiports. CASA has been active in trying to understand the operational requirements and landing sites for AAM, and our team within the Air Navigation Aerodromes branch currently in the process of publishing CASA's first ever advisor circular on the design of vertiports. Now, obviously, it's difficult to commit to exact regulations at this point in time with the detail available, but by doing it with an advisory circular provides for that not to be mandatory, but to provide the guide to industry about how things should be done, and it also means that it can be updated quite easily as the technology and the thought evolves on the subject. The advisory material will provide performance-based recommendations and not a compliance-based approach, and it would follow through on a key process on our regulatory progress, which is an essential stakeholder engagement to ensure that our policies are fit for purpose and serve the needs of the Australian sector. Could you advance the slide, please? Another area worth pointing out is our commitment for CASA to work with industry in a mutually beneficial way to encourage the testing and development of novel aviation concepts. And this is a wider issue than AAM, but there is a significant number of AAM projects that would potentially use this. For CASA, we consider such a partnership would enable us to collect data to inform our research on regulatory challenges and is needed to support the growth of the AAM sector. And it would equally it help us better inform, to be better informed regulator and to be responsive to the pace of innovation in the aviation sector, and to also be more responsive to technological advances. Advance the slide, please. And finally, CASA is working in collaboration with other government departments. The key area of challenge is the adoption of scale operation of AAM, is the airspace traffic management and integration of AAM within the existing airspace framework. And on this issue, we're taking a whole of government approach. We're working closely with our ANSP, Air Services Australia, and the Department of Transport to develop a regulatory framework for airspace integration of AAM. And this whole of government approach has been captured in our high-level policy document, the Need Policy Statement, which clearly outlines the commitment from relevant government agencies, including CASA, and is outlined in the RPAS AAM roadmap. We're also working with business operators, given the interest in the tourism sector, for the adoption of AAM to develop a suitable framework for airspace management and in general the UTM construct of AAM and RPAS. Next slide, please. And I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much as well. Keeping to the theme of a few of the takeaways. first of all, our team here probably at NASA probably hates hearing this from me so much, but I love the roadmap concept. I feel like you don't see enough of them that are thoroughly vetted and stuck to and updated and everything. So that's cool, I think. And I also like your approach where you've kind of, and this isn't quite done everywhere, but I think you implied you kind of picked the 2026 date where you're hoping this stuff happens. I think that's probably a pretty good number. It takes into account desires of the industry and maybe some of the struggles that they're going to go through in the very near term, but it's something that a regulator, I think it's far enough out that you can target. So I took that away. Yeah, and then I also noticed the vertiport AC, which is a kind of a theme I know here in the U.S. and we even heard from a couple of the European countries that they're working on. Looked very similar from what I could gather to what the U.S. has done, kind of focused on the design standard side. Not much in the way of autonomy, advisory circular approach to be able to update it easy and that type of thing. So that was cool to see, and I'm starting to Google the NEAT policy to get a little bit more familiar on it as well. So I'll dig into that a little bit over time. But first I had recognized it. I'm sure it's been out there for a while and I just missed it, but gave me something to kind of do a little bit of homework on. So yeah, appreciate it. Again, I don't see any direct questions in the chat for you. So we'll just, if anybody has any, we'll hold them until the comment period at the end, and hopefully you'll be around to answer if there is anything direct.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay. So next is Charles Vidal from NRC. Charles, good to see you. Another one of the IFAR co-leads, works with Christian and myself very regularly. NRC is another one of those agencies, like several of the others we've heard from, with a great research portfolio around this. I was able to go up there in the spring for a signing that our IFAR group had with ICAO, get to go on some tours with Charles, kind of cabin labs where they're looking at particulates within cabins, great research on detect and avoid and autonomy overall. So got to see some cool flights of an electric airplane and a helicopter. So Charles, similar to what I said with Christian, from my perspective, always a pleasure working with you. It's been a great couple of years getting to know you and NRC and work the ICAO work that we do. So looking forward to hear your NRC presentation today. This is one I'm a little bit more familiar with, I hope. So hopefully not a ton of surprises. And we actually meet later today to talk a little bit more in depth about partnership separate from this. So Charles, take it away.
Okay, very good. Yes, thank you. Davis, good to be here. Recognize some names, see some friends here on the line. Could you just confirm you can see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, super. All right. Yes, so thanks for inviting me. I'm Charles Vidal, program leader of the Integrated Aerial Mobility Program at the NRC, and today I've got two major components to the presentations. So the first piece is if I can change slide. First piece is I borrowed some slides from a recent presentation from the Canadian Advanced Air Mobility organization. That's a non-for-profit organization that was established a couple of years ago. At NRC, we contributed to the launch of that non-for-profit company, and it has grown very fast. Here on the screen are I believe the current members of this network. And the group really has a holistic approach of bringing into the conversation all the different stakeholders from OEM to integrators to operator to the federal, provincial, and municipal, and even the users communities. So there's some great progress from this organization, that non-for-profit organization. In Canada, it's not the only one. There are other organizations also representing industry. One of them is the Aerial Evolution Association of Canada, which was formerly known as Unmanned Systems Canada. And there's another one also called the Airline Industries Association of Canada. they don't have like exclusivity of their field of application. However, that's a perspective that the aerial evolution looks at the RPAS, more of the RPAS world. CAM is more looking at the urban air mobility as well as regional air mobility, and the AIEC potentially looks at the higher end of the spectrum. So yeah, there are three main non-for-profit organizations. By the way, this week is the Aerial Evolution Association of Canada conference here in Calgary. Lots of great discussion on advanced air mobility. So CAM has done some studies, some triple bottom line feasibility, looking at the societal, environmental, and economic feasibilities for AAM in Canada. They're actively launching different projects. They're launching some actual proof of concept or trials activities in the Vancouver region, so in Western Canada. They're also launching other projects in the Toronto area, developing some master plan, and for more Eastern Canada, I believe the focus is a bit more on the manufacturing of those platforms. Eastern Canada, so Montreal and Toronto are aerospace hub, where the traditional major aerospace companies are building their products. Such as Bombardier, Airbus, Bell Helicopter, for instance. So we see more and more of the eVTOL companies actually expanding their operations in or around Montreal. And here I just grabbed a few from the press. So we've got companies such as Wisk and Joint Air Mobility and others expanding in the area, and I believe tapping into the pool of expertise in aerospace product development and certification. So that's for the eVTOL. On the RPAS or cargo delivery, there are also some pilot projects. So I think it's even ongoing activities. So for instance, there are medicine deliveries being done around Vancouver and to the islands around Vancouver area. And there are a few pilot projects in Toronto delivering actual live organs for transplant. So if you have a chance, there's a link to the video here. It's pretty amazing what was done last year. So that's the piece on the, I guess, the update from the industry. Now a bit of update from the NRC and our activities. So we have a 7 years program on advanced air mobility with our triple mandate, which is to support business innovation, advance scientific and technical knowledge, as well as support other government departments with the overall objective to grow the advanced air mobility market and ecosystem nationally. So one of the key component, I guess, is we have a very good alignment and collaboration at the federal level between our regulator, which is Transport Canada, and the main federal research organization, which is the NRC, where we have a great collaboration on performing the research needed to generate the scientific data needed to develop or to support evidence-based regulation development. So we have a model similar to FAA and FAA Assure here, where there's a great collaboration between the research community and the regulator. A bit similar to what IFAR is doing with ICAO, but that will be discussed later today. Continuing with, I guess, here just I thought I'd provide show some pictures of some of the ongoing projects at the NRC. So there are different master projects in the program. One of them is operating environment, where we're developing virtual as well as experimental test capabilities for subjects such as urban airflow. With 3D printed small scale cities, put them in a wind tunnel and fully characterize the airflow around the buildings. And I've been flying RPAS indoor and in a wind tunnel and outdoor, and I'll show that on the next slide. Looking at icing, which is a key challenge in Canada. Here in Calgary, there's already like snowstorm yesterday, so already winter time, and also looking at doing some drone impact research. Here, I just thought I'd show a quick video of our recent RPAS and study flow facility. So basically, we're using the exhaust from an open circuit wind tunnel, which has quite a large area. I believe it's about 6 meters by 6 meters, something like that is the exhaust, and we're able to test. Here you see an RPAS, but could be scaled eVTOL as well, scaled in outdoor condition, but using the flow of air from the wind tunnel, flow of air that's fully characterized, and to which here in this case you can see there's a small flat plate as turbulence generator where we assess the performance and the limits of different type of RPAS, and ultimately eventually probably some subscale air taxis as well. Second master project is flight autonomy, where we are looking at developing and publicly demonstrating safe and efficient autonomous flight algorithms. I think, Davis, you referred to a demonstration where we went public this year, last April, where we demonstrated what we believe is the first fully autonomous medium-sized helicopter flight in Canada. Basically took our Bell 412 helicopter, which is a fly-by-wire, and we've integrated different sensors, developed autonomy algorithms, and basically demonstrated autonomous flight from takeoff to hover to taxi to waypoint navigation back to hover and landing. So a bit of a strategic and explain type capability we're developing in Ottawa. Quick project here. I mentioned detect and avoid, so we have different off-the-shelf detect and avoid sensors installed on our Bell 205 helicopter, and we're flying intercepts with other our test aircrafts, Bell 206 and a Harvard to compare, I guess, side by side those off-the-shelf products. Moving on. We're also modeling the Canadian airspace. So in order to inform the mid-air collision risk probability, we're collaborating with NAV Canada, which is our ANSP here, Transport Canada, and Carleton University, and we're really taking all the track and the data that we can, and basically processing that and modeling the Canadian airspace to understand what are the traffic densities, that's informing the mid-air collision risk probability to support regs development. Here, the third master project. Going quickly is there's some robotics work being done, some counter UAV and RPAS traffic management. So I guess UTM in Canada, the acronym is made of acronym, I guess, which is just RTM for RPAS traffic management. And we're doing some remote sensing as well, hyperspectral and LiDAR and aeromagnetics. A fourth master project is integrated design, where we're focusing mostly on noise. So both reducing the noise being transmitted by the propulsors into the cabin. So we're doing some multi-objective optimization of the different components of the cabin, so structural components that also play a role using metamaterials in reducing noise being transmitted in the cabin. But we're also looking at reducing the noise at the source there, noise produced by the rotors, by optimizing rotor design configuration, as well as we have some good noise propagation models, and also doing some work with our specialized propulsion facilities, where we can adjust temperature and pressure, so that we can test at various density, altitude, different propulsion systems. I guess last slide quickly is we've launched this year a national student urban air mobility / unmanned aircraft system competition. So it is. It used to be an US competition, but this year we turned it into a scaled air taxi competition. Where the challenge, the scenario given to teams is they need to develop a scaled air taxi up to 15 kilograms, but they still need to design a cabin, and we're giving them the difficult task. We're providing them multiple routes. They need to deliver many people to different locations. I say many people, it's a scaled people, so we're using small Barbie dolls in this case. But we got quite an exciting scenario here where they need to, they're a bit like a type of Uber Elevate use case, or people movement of people. So they're giving multiple routes. They need to optimize that and actually deliver between small vertiports, scale vertiports, obviously, deliver those scaled human beings. So I've got a great collaboration between many government departments and then companies running this competition, and that's a lot of fun. So that's it for my presentation. Back to you, Davis, unless there's any question.
Yeah, thanks, Charles. A few takeaways. Canadian Advanced Air Mobility Initiative has been around for a little while now. Glad to see they're making progress. That's a great partnership chart. A lot of the really successful things, I think, especially early on now, are going to have a lot of partners like that, especially when you're talking national initiatives, regional, and yours even crosses borders over into the US. So it kind of gives us a good thing to point to when we work with ICAO from an international perspective. So glad you guys are working on that. Hopefully we stay or get more involved over the years. I really like the research to regulator chart. I think your comparison with the Center of Excellence at the FAA and Assure is a good one. Just good to see that. I know NASA has a great relationship with the FAA, and they have the COE as well. So I think domestically here in the US, we try to do a good job. I know it's we heard it as a point from some of the European agencies earlier as well, but it's good to actually see you have kind of something you can see visually on it. There's not very many visuals I could give on our relationship. So that's good to see that you guys are focused there. The collision risk caught my eye too. It's something I've heard for years from the drone community here in the US. Just characterize the airspace. Like, you can't really do risk unless you know what's up there. And I don't, it's said a lot, but I don't think it happens as much as it should. And I haven't heard anybody kind of taking that to the next level in the US recently. I do know there's, a lot more companies with a lot more radars looking up. So a lot more opportunity to get that data, but I think it's really good. A government agency is working on that. And then the student UAS competition, first person today, I think, that's brought up anything really significant with respect to universities, and I know domestically here, and I think it's an international problem. More engineers, please, especially in aerospace, right? We're competing with tech companies across the globe that are stealing some of the best from aerospace. I think we have an exciting paradigm here with advanced air mobility, urban air mobility, drones, and the opportunity to bring in more students. But none of us have chosen to emphasize it so far. I know you directly are working that, and it's one of the things in your bio that I failed to mention. So I think that's a good thing to bring up, and for all of us to think about. Engineers, even at NASA, come from everywhere. I imagine it's the same in your agency. I know some of the people I've met are from other countries in your agency recently, right? So it's a global aviation problem, and I'm glad you brought something up to address it. I don't think it's been anywhere else. So I've taken note of that and seeing if we can maybe kind of weave that into things a little bit better as we move forward.
Super, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So we're going to move on to our last presentation. About 15 minutes behind, but Gary, take your time. So Gary Cutts, if you're out there, you have Gary. Yeah, there we go.
I'm there, unmuted. Thank you.
Great, good to see you again. So Gary's the director of Future Flight Challenge and Works UK Research Initiative. Gary was one of the first people internationally, I think, in the industry I met that kind of caught my attention on, NASA working internationally with other agencies and such. Future Flight Challenge is, something that resembles our national campaign. You guys execute a little bit different, but it's really exciting. I know you guys have made a lot of progress over the last couple of years. Obviously, we follow it pretty closely. I think we're about due for another cross-agency meeting, but we'll save that for another time. But yeah, it's a really exciting area, and Gary, you guys are doing great work, and just excited to hear more about it here today. So that I'll turn it over to you and let you teach us.
Perfect. Thank you, Davis. Hopefully you can see the slides well.
Yeah.
So I have the joy, I guess, of speaking last in the day. So some of what I may say is going to repeat what other people said. And also a challenge I'm sure all the speakers felt is this is such a broad, exciting, but very broad area. There's way too much to say in 15 minutes. So I'm going to try and contain myself and bring out a few different and additional themes to what's been said so far. So let me just frame the challenge. So our challenge and challenge is what it's described as a significant amount of government money behind it. But our job is to work with industry, academia, government agencies and other public bodies to accelerate the many new elements of an aviation system that would allow these new classes of aircraft to go into being. This is where I am repeating what other people have said. It's an integrated aviation systems problem. It is an aerospace problem for sure, but it's not only an aerospace problem. We, a little different to some others, I think, we explicitly have three types of aircraft in scope. We have drones or UAS, we have advanced air mobility or eVTOL, but we also have some activity looking at regional air mobility as well. So electric or hydrogen, kind of Part 23 aircraft, light aircraft. This is a slide which tries to describe one of three key slides from the roadmap and vision we published about 18 months ago. It tries to describe how all this stuff fits together. It's for sure about the vehicles, but actually really it's about what you do with the vehicles. So we think you've got to have a consumer vision. You can't have a technical vision only describing wonderful things that we as engineers will do. You have to describe benefits and be able to manage the effects of those systems to the public. So, and again, I'm not going to spend time on this, but obviously a lot of this comes down to economic benefits of reduced journey time, better convenience, or connectivity. So not just the time actually connecting people and places that are really hard to connect. So that's the kind of wide vision. It's a really complex chart. There's lots of stuff on it. But I like to ease into another slide. And I'm going to apologize for this audience. This will feel very low level and you wonder why I'm saying this. But the reason is that when you take a complex slide like the one before, or you take any of our ecosystem slides that show all the technical elements that come together, it means nothing to almost everyone on the planet. They just don't work in that world at all. So when we have these complex strategic slides for the public, what they really see or want to see is, again, people have talked about this, faster medical deliveries, things like disaster relief. They can understand that, that brings a benefit. Potentially last mile deliveries to your door. It definitely includes, this is happening already, remote maintenance activities. But the thing we always talk about in that isn't just the cost saving of those things, but it's the health and safety risks. Often drones are taking people out of explicit harm's way in really difficult, challenging environments. So there's a direct human safety benefit of providing these new aviation services. We like to think people will eventually start to see integrated transport systems. They will hopefully see better, more inclusive connectivity, so avoiding congestion, but allowing people of all kinds of abilities better connectivity solutions. And then one we talk about a lot as a challenge, this idea of green flight, but green flight connecting difficult to connect communities. Now that might be remote rural locations. We've done quite a lot of flying in the Highlands and Islands of Scotland, some really difficult to locate places, but not everywhere is like that, that's difficult to connect. So if you live in certain countries with historic infrastructure, you could have towns 10, 20 miles apart that feel like they really ought to be simple to transport between, but they're not because of historic infrastructure. So that's what the public needs to see, real use cases. But as soon as you touch that, that raises a lot of legitimate questions from the many publics. And again, that's something we talk about a lot. Don't kid yourself that there is a public that needs to be persuaded on this. There are many publics with an infinite range of different views about aviation. So the approach we've taken, and there's 3 slides I want to dwell on after this, the approach we've taken throughout the 3.5 years we've been running is, number one, you have to do this around challenging real world use cases. As you said, Davis, completely analogous to what NASA are doing. You've got to go and do this stuff in the real world. You've got to make the thing be integrated, engage with the public, and experiment and learn by doing. So it's all about these integrated use cases. Everyone gets this. The second point, it's a complex piece of convening. We're in such a different place to what we were 3.5 years ago when I joined. Back then, in all honesty, there was still a lot of siloed thinking. People understood their part, the aircraft bit, or the ATM, UTM part, or the physical infrastructure, but a lot of activity has gone on in every country to bring all those systems together. So you've got to convene the entire industry, but it's not just industry, it's a lot of other people. I terrify myself in this job that every time we write down the work breakdown structure and decide everything we need to do, we find something else, some other element to work on. So it's really broad. And then the last thing we've done, and we think has been pretty central, is taking a social science approach as well as a physical and engineering sciences approach to things. It has to have a people-based focus. The little report that's alluded to there as the graphic is something we did earlier this year. It was a mini public dialogue run by an organisation that called ScienceWise. And ScienceWise, they have public conversations on really complex scientific conversations. Could be things like genetically modified crops, have a conversation. So we paid them and another research organisation have a conversation across many weeks with members of the public, and it's really fascinating. There's really deep insights in there. The one I'm going to just throw away now is the average public does not really understand how aviation works. They don't understand the fact that even as a regulator, it's a really low level of knowledge, but they absolutely want there to be public bodies and regulators at the heart of it. So what came out of the UK consultation is they want to see, as I said, regulator and government bodies helping to set direction and police things, because it makes them nervous if this is a pure tech-led initiative. So some really big people things in there. So 3 slides, I'm going to bring us up to speed with where we are. This is backwards looking slide. We partly fund projects where industry, academia and beyond come together in collaborative research and development activities. We've done a total of 48 projects. It's kind of an enormous amount. It's quite terrifying. And I just want to pick out a couple of things here. And again, really another hour of conversation is what we need. So we've supported the flying of the thing you can just see here where it says Royal Mail and Wind Racers. That's a 100-kilogram conventional takeoff drone with 1,000 nautical mile range. So we've been doing the operation of that, interfacing with the Royal Mail, delivering parcels in several really remote locations. So how do we make that thing work? How do you handle it? How does it interface the ground structure? The one in the middle I'm going to touch, and I'm just going to move on from this. This is a really interesting thing in Coventry, which is a mid-sized city in the middle of the UK. This consortium put up a vertiport in about 3 to 4 weeks, about 100 meters from the railway station, right in the heart of the city. And it was fully functioning. It had a UTM system, it had security scanners, it had a coffee bar, shop and a restaurant, because we wanted to engage with the public as well and let them understand what a vertiport would look like. We did some drone operations from there. Obviously, AAM operations we couldn't do, but we had the joy of putting the supernal Hyundai vehicle in there, the mock-up, to engage with the public. The dialogue that came from that with the public was phenomenal, very positive, but completely changed people's perspective. But as a vehicle to understand the architectural concerns, how do you actually create a vertiport and engage with people in the planning process, it was phenomenal. So really, really big impact already. We've got 17 projects. We're moving into our final phase now, which is real big use case demonstration activity. There's 17 projects which are pretty much public domain. We're just waiting for them to be pushed out there. And again, I want to pick out just a couple because these are quite big things. So the one that talks about a new phase of project for the UK's medical delivery, that's trying to put an integrated network of drone medical services across pretty much the entirety of Scotland. So rather than be a really local demonstration hospital to hospital, it's trying to do a small nation, but a really important nation, do something almost nationwide. How do you make that work? It's pretty ambitious. The one immediately beneath it, which talks about this drone superhighway, that's taking ground-based sensing equipment produced by a company called Altitude Angel and trying to set up a surveillance zone, something like 90 miles in length across some of the most complex bits of Britain in several towns, to try to set up an ability to allow people to fly using the ground-based sensing as the prime safety mechanism. And the very last one I was going to pick out is vertical aerospace, taking the vertical aerospace aircraft and looking at how do we fly that from a regional airport into Heathrow Airport, that's an enormous international airport. Then how do we fly it and handle it, flying from there into a specially created vertiport in the suburbs of London. So it's not about the aircraft itself, it's about the operational execution of those missions. And it's really important that that challenge, that one is run by Atkins rather than Vertical. So it's one of the big consultancy groups working with Virgin Atlantic, Heathrow Airport and the aircraft manufacturer. So the last slide I wanted to cover, and this is going to be a couple of minutes of lots of information. This is our graphic of the other stuff to be done. And this is the one I said that every time you touch this slide, you think of some other things. I want today just to pick out a couple of activities to build on what other people have said. So we absolutely have to do all the things like safety working groups, the airspace integration solution, community integration, which is borrowing heavily on some activities that have happened in the US as well. But David, you just talked about this skills agenda. You know, how do you start to lay out the skills gap for these new forms of aviation? Where do the people come from? One of the activities we've done, which we're really quite proud of, we've partnered with one of the institutes in the UK, one of the engineering institutes, to do a schools challenge. So Future Flight has been selected as their schools challenge. And I think we're going into something like 200 to 300 schools this year. I think it's kind of age 8, 9, 10 from memory kids, and actually engaging them with a drone challenge to think about what the careers will be and to try to set the seeds, I guess, of excitement for this as a career in the future. Two other things I want to cover. One, we are moving, in our view, slowly towards the scale-up phase. We're coming out of the innovation phase into the scale-up phase. Scale-up's got a lot of considerations. I think someone before talked about financing, but where the finance comes from, where the investment for capital infrastructure comes from, and for us, making sure the financing is available across the piece. It doesn't just go to the aircraft guys, because it's not trivial financing the aircraft, but people understand that. Financing the ATM systems, I think, is a much harder sell for some of the capital investment people. So how do you provide the financing stuff? And the very last bullet I was going to talk about, we're starting work on right now, is these quirky things, legal frameworks. This is my big worry bead right now. So do we understand, and I bet this is very country specific, how the legal frameworks between the aviation law, the local law that cities have, and the land law, how does that work? So you decide something is safe to fly and you put in place a legal framework that makes it allowable to fly. That's not the same thing at all as a city saying it will tolerate a certain amount of flying. So we actually think there's quite a bit of thinking to come on the legal, the insurance, the security models and stuff like that. So there's many more things to come through to the end of the challenge. So I hope that gives you, in hopefully about 15 minutes, a tiny flavour of some of the things that we've got going on, Davis, and thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Last but definitely not least, a lot of stuff there that you covered actually that didn't really get touched on as much in some of the other briefs. Honestly, like your first 4 slides or something, I just want to repeat when I try to go back and summarize some of the good stuff I heard. But I really like how I think it's really important, and really like how you guys are taking that full AAM, if you will, perspective, drones, urban air mobility, regional air mobility, considering the different use cases, technologies, and everything across your challenge. I just, everybody can work in silos, like you said, and you can make progress in your silo, but when you bring your silo back to the big picture, it happens so often. I see it all the time where it just doesn't integrate appropriately. And so where it might take a little bit more time, a little bit more effort, a little bit more intelligence to do it comprehensively, I definitely believe it's the answer long term. I love how you laid out the for the public slide where you showed the use cases and where they're going to impact the general public. We have attempts at doing that internal as well, but just be explicit about it. I like that, the use cases that are public good, that people care more about just the public good. A lot of people do care about getting their packages quicker and being able to get coffee at an event or whatever, and all those things to bring into the public eye is awesome. And that kind of goes back to I wasn't fully aware of what you guys did with the kind of multimodal vertiport location there. I'm a little jealous. That's a pretty awesome idea. With I imagine, I think Skyports is a UK company, if I'm not wrong, right? And I imagine that's helpful, kind of getting them to integrate there, bringing the Hyundai vehicle in, just really cool setup. I can imagine how much. Yeah, go ahead.
Davis, I'll have to interrupt only because this has been recorded and said that was actually a company called Urban Airport. Skyport is another UK company. The two are really good and competitors, so it's better I make sure the right name is attached to that activity.
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you. And you probably said it, and I was excited about what I was hearing and didn't focus enough on the specifics. But yeah, thanks for the correction. Yeah, so lots of cool stuff there. The roadmap and vision, I mentioned that before. Yours was one of the earlier documents that I remember going through that was a roadmap and vision for something like this. Not regulatory, obviously, but something public good that you guys put out there. I thought that was great. And then I like your last slide as well, covering some of the areas that maybe we didn't talk as much about, like skills gap, like Charles brought it up for the first time in the last brief that I comprehended it, took it in. Definitely an important one. Your slide covered that. We've talked a little bit about financing, but not really. It's probably more important to this industry now. If you look at like the top 7 or 8 companies, all of them are getting close to about $1 billion in financing, but the economy all over the world's all over the place. How much does that keep going? We know there's going to be industry consolidation. So, the money being spent other places and in those companies, it's got to be used appropriately if we're all going to achieve certification and these vehicles are going to fly. People say $1 billion to certify is what general number I've heard thrown out a lot. That's what the companies are at. So if that's not right, how much more money are they gonna get, and how many are going to be successful? The legal framework's another great one. Yeah, I mean, we see that here domestically, specifically from a security perspective. It's how our country ended up in some ways with remote ID even. And then we didn't talk enough about standards across all of the briefs, and even overall today. I don't think standardization, whether it's specific standards or not. So it was good you brought that up. And you're right. No matter what we're doing, every time we look across all these domains and everything, like there's always a new challenge that somebody brings up to me that I'm like, ooh, that's hard. We're not doing enough on that. And it's not so easy to be that agile when there's so many of them, right? You got to pick your big rocks and tackle those barriers. And as all these other ones come up that are big as well, like it's really hard to prioritize, and it's really hard to stay focused. Like I'm one of those people that the squirrel runs by and I'm like, squirrel, right? And when you hear all these new hard things, like it's hard to not get distracted from the problems you're working. So that's, yeah, great brief. I think we're into our Q&A though. So if anybody wants to, Gary, if you want to add anything or ask any questions of anybody else, or anybody wants to jump in, now's your time to come on camera, raise your hand, talk about what you have going on that parallels some of this other stuff, whatever. Probably don't have quite as much time as we laid aside for it, but I'm okay breaking the rules a little bit if you guys have a lot of questions or something. So I'll stop for a second and see if anybody else, or Anna, if you want to help me facilitate here, if anybody else wants to jump on, or sees Wes, if you see any questions in the chat or anybody that you want to answer, a little bit of a free-for-all maybe. And if there's nothing, I will summarize the morning session, and just remind all of you that 8 to about 11 p.m. Eastern tonight, you can come back and see some of the Asian countries. They have a lot of great stuff going on too. But first, I'm going to keep stalling and see if anybody else has anything that they want to bring up and talk about. Yeah, Wes, go ahead, please.
Sorry for the video quality here. I moved my location. Yeah, just one thing I was going to mention, Davis, that has come up a lot is the process of estimating and calculating operational risk and risk tolerance. So I was just going to mention that I think it's something that, NARI hosted a meeting a couple of weeks ago on expected level of safety, and that information is going to be out on and available on NARI's website. But I think it really it warrants kind of this group putting together an opportunity to discuss the SORA and how that plays in to the process, because it's a different approach than some of the traditional aviation approaches for calculating risk, and it may have broader expandability to more traditional applications than just specific risk and that kind of thing. So just a thought from my perspective, there was a lot of chat action on, just mitigating operational risks and what the expectations are there. So I think there's a lot of energy there.
Just to make sure, the NARI hosted session was the AEWG session, our 100th. Actually, this is our 101st, I think. I forgot to say that at the beginning. So that was our 100th meeting. And yeah, okay. So that should, like Wes said, that'll be up on the web soon. And it could probably say specifically, but it'll be pretty soon.
There you go.
So good. I see Gabriella, our friend from Los Angeles, with her hand up. So Gabriella, just come off mute, show your face if you'd like.
Good morning from Los Angeles. It's been a bright and early morning, not enough coffee, but it's kicking in. My dog did hear you say the S word, by the way, so thanks for that. I just really wanted to just appreciate this morning sessions of sharing and hearing the European perspective of these approaches and these topics, because it does make me feel better that our plan for Los Angeles is being thoughtfully crafted and we're not leaving unturned stones. It does feel, like you said, somewhat overwhelming in the sense that there's so much that really needs to get pinned down. And I think that this last presentation was really fantastic at just kind of really elevating the need to have all of the players in the discussion, despite having very few solid answers, because I think that we're going to be more successful understanding the questions first and understanding, the end result needed and the structure needed to make a successful operation that's seamless across the jurisdictions from the start, so that we're identifying the end goal and moving towards that as we're trying to work through these very large challenges across transportation, aviation, and land use planning. And, it's this very 3D, 6D chess game of having all these parts moving together and the coordination that will be required. And I just really appreciate having other people see that aside from my own brain, and it just kind of helps validate where we're going. So I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Gabriella. And kind of what you said there, like one thing I think about often is, if we're going to get to this scalable AAM operations, whatever that means to any of us as individuals, like kind of all areas need to progress similarly. The vehicles and the airspace systems and the local communities, they all need to have that kind of same progression to achieve that, and nobody left behind type of mantra. I totally agree. So thanks for chiming in. I don't see any other questions in the chat or anybody with their hand up.
But
I know there was
a
one
maintenance related question, and I think we do need a relook at the maintenance curriculum. I don't think we have adequate maintenance curriculum for high voltage technicians, and that's something that probably needs to be harmonized, because I think we need maintenance processes standardized across, regardless where you are, but you need to be able to maintain high voltage systems, aircraft systems. I don't think that exists. So that's an area I think we feel that international collaboration would be useful for sure.
Yeah, thanks, PK. I was going to address it a little bit. You're definitely right on that one. We had a just kind of a little background story for the IFAR work that we talked about a few times. Like maintenance was actually one of our R&D areas, and I think what we found is in the U.S. we were able to pull together an ops person from Armstrong that's somewhat savvy overall on maintenance from an R&D perspective, not necessarily high tempo operations. And Germany DLR does have a maintenance institute that they were able to bring to the table. We kind of put together a nice briefing on it. I think it is export released, so we can share that via one means or another. Just kind of overviews the maintenance area. But one thing we found is there's not a ton of R&D curriculum research going on it with the kind of like bigger aviation in the air and vertiport problems. I think it's just maybe something that's a little bit lost on a bunch of us. So it's Christian may be able to talk more to it. I don't think he's on the call anymore right now. But another good takeaway that we should note and continue to find ways to push, even if our R&D agencies don't have a lot going on. It is a regulatory challenge for sure. We have two hands up now. Stephen Smith is first on the list, and then Don, I'm not sure the last name, but Don will be next. So Stephen.
Thanks, Davis. Yeah, I'll be really quick. So what's really interesting having these integrated international calls is all the different frameworks that are out there. And I'm wondering if anyone has taken a look at all the frameworks that have been published, including the ConOps for NASA, and kind of see where things align and where things may be different. And to the point of all these different hurdles that have to get crossed and all these different programs that are going out throughout the world on this, is there any harmonization and commonality that can make connections to that, especially if everybody's following along the same timelines in their frameworks? And so that was just an interesting point I wanted to put out there.
It's actually, we'll go into the afternoon and the evening session on more of the IFAR framework stuff we did, but one of the first findings we had that we transitioned to ICAO was based off of an industry assessment we did. And we gave them 5 major findings, and the fourth one was actually that nothing like you just suggested is out there that we could find or any of our R&D community knew of, but that we needed to do. So we proposed it back to IFAR as an organization, but the truth of the matter is, we're 26 individual organizations, so with no bucket of money that's used to fund something, so it'd have to be an individual organization that stepped up to do that. And it's kind of like could be ICAO, right? Could be ICAO, but it's kind of like a gap. It's really hard to figure out how to do what you're saying. I couldn't find a way to push it through the system there. It's something I'm definitely tracking closely, and I think it would be hugely beneficial. I'm not sure anybody's going to volunteer it. I don't think it would be a huge level of effort, I think, for our international group to take it on. So I do think it's a good, procured study that some government agency or international entity could take on, and it would really move the ball forward. But so I'd love to hear if somebody else out there knows something more about ongoing activities that are like what you just said. But nothing we could find when we dug into it that was really relevant. Some of the AAM Reality Index stuff is starting to get towards it with some of their international industry assessments, but not in the form of a study like you're saying of regulatory structures and R&D and frameworks and everything. So I'm with you. I'm on the same soapbox. Would love to find a way. Totally open to suggestions if anybody has any ideas on how we can pull that together, or just I'll take it as a note. Like, we should try to find a way and advocate wherever you can advocate and see if we can figure something out. Anything to add, Stephen, or?
No, I don't. I mean, I appreciate that. Yeah, I think it's just it's kind of what I'm noticing when listening to all the discussions. It's a good thing.
Good takeaway, and I'll actually jot that down as one of my takeaways. Okay, Don.
Hi, Davis. Thanks a lot, Don Birchoff. We're working. The ASTM F-38 has a weather group where we're working on the standards right now for recommendation to CAAs around the world. We're working very closely with the FAA right now to do our quality check on our thinking. But basically what we're really looking at is moving away from certifying weather instruments, which is costly and will reduce the ability to get out lots of coverage of weather data, to a data performance standard, which aligns with most of where we're going with UTM and other areas. And it'll also allow for really good risk-based decision-making by operators. So I wanted to make that known to all our foreign friends. I've been talking with EASA, and they've already put a couple of hooks into some of the regulations there. And then Canada, we're working with Canada and Australia. And I just wanted to make you guys aware that that's going on if you're interested in knowing, because we do want the harmonization. And we think this is a way to close a lot of weather gaps that we need to close at the low altitude. And there are different approaches to how that might work. So I'll be at the ICAO Drone Enable doing a presentation on this. And so I just want to make folks aware of that. We're really looking for contributions from folks overseas to this now as we start to really get serious about this. We have a draft that's going to be going through some coordination. Thanks, Davis.
Yeah, thanks, Don. I mean, weather came up a bunch of times, and again, another one of those ICAO interest areas. So we know that there's international needs around it. Yeah, so on and so forth. So good add. Okay, I see something popped up over in the chat, but all right, can we get an intern? Yeah, so all right, well, I guess that's about it. Just a quick summary, like, I appreciate everybody that's on the horn here today. There probably could be a few more people relative to some of our regular AWG presentations, but I think this is one that'll definitely get watched. And I think just across the presenters on the phone and the organizations they lead, having the awareness of the other organizations' activities and everything, like I said at the onset, a little bit selfishly, I know how much this helps me in my day-to-day job, PK as well. I think I'm speaking for him, and hopefully all of the presenters at least being familiar as leaders with their organization, what other organizations have going on. It's hugely important. Again tonight, I'll summarize the morning session tonight when we open up, but things I have a list of 8 things here that I think we're really, have our big takeaway areas. I'm not going to dive into them and try to summarize them, but definitely UTM, there's a lot to do around. The demonstration piece, I think, is common across all of our organizations and something that we need to effectively utilize. A lot of noise stuff happening across all the organizations that were involved here this morning. Schools and workforce and education emerged towards the end. Progressive approaches that lead to integrated versus segregated systems was a highlight for me. Lots of regulatory considerations, that goes without saying, but we had a few regulators talk about those, and areas that the regulators need help are generally R&D areas as well. So hopefully we can all pull some of that out. And then there's that last comment from Mr. Smith there about the international frameworks and how all everything aligns. Is now a takeaway of mine from this meeting that I think I'll point back to and just say, some advocacy for something that we thought we already needed that makes sense. So I'll definitely cite that in my, internal discussions with whatever group that is in at our agency or any of the international collaborations I'm working on. So yeah, this is the agenda tonight. Again, you'll get to hear a little bit more about IFAR. And then, a lot of the countries that are really far away from the U.S. here, and the timing didn't work out great for them to be online. So we'll pick this back up at 8 p.m. tonight. Hopefully all of you can make it. If not, like we said, it'll be recorded and you can skip through and watch the briefs or whatever you feel like doing at another date on YouTube. Anna, PK, anybody, anything I missed or that you wanna...
I was just going to add, I think there was a good suggestion about basically the workforce and, how do we get people excited. If we want this industry to be successful and sustainable in terms of hiring practices and workforce and attracting new generation, we might want to start to think about doing an international AAM week or something where all over the world we have some AAM activities right at the middle school where people can, kids can start to figure out the imagination about how the flying cars could change the world. You know, what would they do with it? And that will entice them. What we have found is that if we get school children, middle school particularly, which is in the United States is 5th to 8th grade, if we capture their imagination and attract them towards this kind of profession, they're likely to get into the high school with that aspiration and go to colleges. So it would be good to think about some kind of a organized event across the world where we would try to get students excited about advanced air mobility and the prospect of that it can be very decentralized. It doesn't need to be orchestrated by NASA alone, but it can be very decentralized all over the world, but coordinated effort to try to attract more young talent in the future. So
I love the idea, PK. It was about a year and a half ago that right after COVID started that we had a virtual NASA Career Day. And there's some workforce programs, intern programs going on in industry that I know a lot of our industry advocates would like to push for. And I think we can offer, at least if people want to do that with us. And I see Gabriella has her hand up again, so just start to jump in, Gabriella. People want to work on that with us. I know we have content that we could share that could be a starting point to get some of that started. Again, doesn't have to be hosted or facilitated by NASA by any means. That's an idea that's for the greater good. If anybody's interested, reach out to myself or PK, and we definitely have people that would love to be involved and work something beyond just domestic here. So that's a great idea. Gabriella?
Yeah, thank you so much. I just wanted to kind of share this notion that I came up with for our city, because you may have heard we have a housing crisis, and so trying to figure out how in order for any administration we get to get behind supporting advanced air mobility as a work program for our city, anything that we take on has to be able to speak to how does it address our housing crisis, which is a really fun question to try to answer. And so I was racking my brain for quite a while trying to understand what opportunity advanced air mobility could offer to our housing crisis and affordability and gentrification. And so the very sort of indirect, but I think very tangible and plausible answer that I've come up with is having support from the OEMs to recruit and go into communities of color and low-income communities here in the city to STEM programs and get them into the STEM programs early, get them into the trade and vocational skilled programs for training, and then do direct hire. So following them through those very critical formational years and then getting them the high paid skilled jobs that we need in order to preserve our communities of color in place and also give them affordable, realistic labor rates that will allow them to remain, or at least a real option to remain. And for us, that's something that sells and appeals to very many groups, including the unions, because the unions will be they are a very strong voice in the community, and this approach would definitely create a huge support from the labor unions, because this would bring in a fresh new group of people to their union membership. And it's just kind of a big win across the board for us to take that approach. And so I think it's getting traction with some of our OEMs locally. And, I think that being able to fold that into NASA efforts, I just think that's, again, another win for this approach. And so I just really appreciate PK and NASA's potential interest in having that kind of be part of the equitable and social equity aspect of how this can be beneficial for communities. I'm not sure that that necessarily resonates internationally per se, but I think, you know, the concept just does have so many benefits across the board. So thank you.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely will follow up. I have a few thoughts on it. Definitely equity was considered when we put our career day together. We made sure we covered a very diverse set of career fields that, you know, weren't all, you know, finance, maintenance, that weren't all just AAM specific, but had an AAM component. So I'll think about it a little bit more and definitely at least get you a little bit of the content we had for that and see if it's helpful. I'm sure PK will do similar. I'll make sure he's kept in the loop. Okay, I think that's all. Anna, back over to you to close us out, and look forward to seeing everybody tonight.
Awesome, thank you, Davis. And we're really excited for tonight's session. As Davis mentioned earlier, we are really trying to maximize time zones and get as many parts of the world involved in this event as possible. So tonight's session will start at 8 p.m. Eastern. One big thing that I want to make sure everyone's aware of is that the MS Team link and call-in details will be different. So please reference your confirmation email. You should have a specific link for session 2. You will need to click that link for tonight's session. In addition, for those listen-only participants on YouTube, your YouTube live stream link will change as well. So please make sure you reference that second link, the one that's labeled for session number 2 for tonight. Last note I'll mention is because we know this event is in many different time zones and appealing to people all over the world, we are going to make the recording from this morning session available right away. It won't be perfectly edited, so note we will be going through and cropping some things and making it fancy, so it'll be a little nicer in a week, but the one today will at least get everyone the information. They'll be able to be a part of this session and be prepped for what we'll be talking about tonight. So feel free to share that, and I'll make sure that link gets up on the AEWG portal within the next hour. So thank you so much, everyone, and we'll see you at 8 o'clock.
Thank you. Have a great afternoon, everybody. Signing off.